Alright. See if I can get my mic to stay in place. Right, so we're back. We just finished with
Inquisitor.
So we just finished dealing with that assassin with Josephine. We should go talk to her and see what we need to do to do her plan. But first, I noticed that Iron Bull has a little icon thingy. So let's see what he wants. Maybe he wants a slap and a tickle.
The spiderwebs help stop the bleeding, and they prevent wounds from getting infected. Gather as many as you can. The strangest thing, though, I can't recall where I heard that. I think I remember a young man.
That must be the poems in the window. No,
Inquisitor, it was amazing. Sorry, slow down. Your quartermaster outfitted me, and I got training to hunt the bandits near my home, in your name. I hired Voth here. Don't tell anyone, but he's a mage. A good one, though. Thank you for trusting me, your worship. I'll pay you back, I swear.
Good work. Keep with the training. We'll need every hand.
Yes. Yes, your worship. We'll do just that.
Go ahead and pet him on the head, too, and tell him he's a good boy.
He doesn't speak, but he's thankful, too.
Right, if he doesn't speak, how can he cast spells?
Of course. Could be better.
He was dead the whole time. He didn't know.
I hear you've been busy. Someone is leaving peeled plums on the windowsill. It's attracting flies.
Spiders need to eat.
And healers need something to treat infected wounds, like spider webs.
The plums are already dead. But they don't mind helping.
I'll talk to you later.
Probably.
Come on, Krim. I'm working my ass off trying to get you to see that move.
You still got plenty of arse left, Chief. Your worship.
Glad you came by. I got a letter from my contacts in the Ben Hasrath. Already verified it with Red.
Do you want to discuss this alone?
Not like I was hiding it from my boys. Besides, right now, I need to hit something.
You know they've got training dummies, Chief.
The training dummy might actually defend itself against the shield bash. Anyway, the Ben Hasrath letter.
What did the letter say?
The Ben Hasrath have been reading my reports. They don't like Corypheus or his Venatori. And they really don't like Red Lyrium. They're ready to work with us. With you, boss. The Qunari and the Inquisition, joining forces.
So, that's just pretty good, good developments. Like, hey, let's make an alliance with the Qunari, who are very mysterious, and I don't believe they make alliances all that frequent. I'd say that
That could be a
definitely
powerful alliance.
My people have never made a full-blown alliance with a foreign power before. This would be a big step. They found a massive red lyrium shipping operation out on the coast.
Oh.
They wanted us to hit it together. Talked about bringing in one of their dreadnoughts. Always wanted to see one of those big warships in action.
Did you see that? Go get some water. They're worried about tipping the smugglers, so no army. My chargers, you, maybe some backup.
What does this alliance really get us?
Nothing
They wouldn't
really.
use the word alliance if they didn't mean it. Naval power. More Ben Hasrath reports. Kunari soldiers pointed at the Venatori. It could do a lot of good.
I don't think it helps you mission to mission at all, though.
You don't seem entirely happy about this.
No, I'm good. It's... I'm used to them being over there. It's been a while.
I thought Kunari wanted to extend their reach to the whole world.
Yeah. Just didn't think I'd see it. Look, the Qun answers a lot of questions. It's a good life for a lot of people. But it's a big change, and a lot of folks here wouldn't do so well under that kind of life. I guess it's not like we're converting. This is just us joining forces against Corypheus. On that front, I think we're good.
I think the Inquisition could use some help from the Kunari.
Good. I'll pass on word to Cullen and Red. We can set up the meeting whenever you're ready. Hey, that elven redhead who makes the buns in the kitchen. Is she available? Because I'm getting signals.
See you later,
Man,
Bull.
or
Nice talking with you, boss.
see that. Those are kind of one of the issues I have with Iron Bull and his romance. It's like, whoa. Is that he's very open about his sexuality. He seems to have no string attached romantic relationships, except when it happens to be with the Inquisitor. And then all of a sudden he just kind of shuts himself off for just the Inquisitor with no reason, and there's no discussion as to why. Which would be, it'd be one thing if he had romantic feelings for the Inquisitor, but he never seems to express that. It's always just like, oh, yeah, I'm just in a committed relationship just because, even though I'm like a giant man whore and I have me needs and stuff, but...
I'm so sorry, Inquisitor. I never thought my family's trading status would trap us in an assassin's plot.
That's...
Between our soldiers and spies, Skyhold's safer than anywhere else in Phaedus.
Well, it's just one of the reasons why...
Persists. I've tracked
I
down
don't
the
think
last
BioWare's
two
all that
parakeets. If they become
nuanced
gentry,
with
they
it.
can
I mean,
annul
so
the
it's-
contract on my life. We'll require a noble from Val Royaux to sponsor them, a judge to provide documents, a minister to ratify them.
It's so like you to take the longest course of action, even when your life is at stake.
I assume you already know everything about this mess.
There is a faster way, Josephine. The original contract on your life is in the vaults of the House of Repose. If my agents infiltrate it and destroy the original, the assassin will have no obligation to chase you.
Liliana, please. I want no more bloodshed over a personal affair.
Don't be so stubborn, Josie. How long will it take you to gather these favors in Val Royaux?
We can solve this without more deaths on either side.
I don't
My
understand
people
what
are
the purpose
ready,
of
should you change your mind. I'll post a watch
what
on our ambassador
advantage
in
one
case
has
the
over
House
the
of
other
Repose
than you have to
visits.
click more
I
points on the
appreciate it,
war
but I
table
still
for
believe
one.
elevating the two parakeets will solve this. First, we need to perform some favors in Val Royeaux. I'd be happy to discuss where we could begin.
Oh, do I have to keep talking to her?
Any news on the House of Repose, Inquisitor?
Yeah.
You said I'd have to do some favors in Val Royeaux if we want to make the Duparaquets lords.
The Countess Dion is our first step. Her lover, a mage from the White Spire, is missing. Bring her news of him and she'll be very amenable to sponsoring the Duparaquets as lords.
And it's not like she still makes us do that particular favor on the war table and then we later use that favor for something different. So I don't see what the advantage of doing one or the other is. Anyways, we should get going on making our Hawke. And so to me it always seems like the game wants us to deal with Hawke first. We're going to Empress Celine's first. Mostly because it seems like Empress Celine requires a ton of power, but since I've been grinding, I have all the power. It's not a very well designed system. So I'm gonna customize my own Hawke. We'll default head, tattoo, or new tattoo. Yeah, the tattoo. And I usually just play with regular default Hawke. Let's see if I can make him look like me. Oh, the lighting is terrible. You can have a bitchin' beard, but my Kunari can't. So bad. There. We'll go with that. I'm not going to fiddle around too much with him. I probably should have tried giving him bushier eyebrows, though.
Inquisitor, meet Hawke, the champion of Kirkwall.
Though I don't use that title much anymore.
Hawke, the Inquisitor. I figured you might have some friendly advice about Corypheus. You and I did fight him, after all.
You've already dropped half a mountain on the bastard. I'm sure anything I can tell you pales in comparison.
Oh, I don't know. You did save a city from a horde of rampaging Kunari.
I don't see how that really applies. Or is there a horde of rampaging Kunari I don't know about?
I am a horde of rampaging Kunari.
So then, what can I tell you?
Varric said that you fought Corypheus
humorous
before.
Inquisitor
Fought
talk to
and killed.
humorous Hawke.
The Grey Wardens were holding him. and he somehow used his connection to the Darkspawn to influence them.
Corypheus got into their heads, messed with their minds, turned them against each other.
If the Wardens have disappeared, they could have fallen under his control again.
So Corypheus has the Venatori, the Red Templars, and now possibly the Wardens as well.
Doggies.
Wonderful.
I didn't come this far just to give you bad news. I've got a friend in the Wardens. He was investigating something unrelated for me.
Oh, hello,
His name
Final
is Logan.
Darkness.
The last time we spoke, he was worried about corruption in the Warden ranks. Since then, nothing.
Corypheus would certainly qualify as corruption in the ranks. Did your friend disappear with them?
No. He told me he'd be hiding in an old smuggler's cave near Crestwood.
So, this is the part where it kind of gets a little weird. So your options are, depending on your choices, can be, this friend can either be Alistair, Logain, or Strider. My thing is, if it's either or of the two, how come Strider doesn't just hang out too? Like, what happens to Strider that he wouldn't be, you know, like, suspicious about corruption or among the ranks and not help either Logan or Alistair?
If you didn't know about Corypheus, what were you doing with the Wardens?
The Templars in Kirkwall were using a strange form of lyrium. It was red. I'd hoped the Wardens could tell me more about it.
Corypheus had Templars with him at Haven. They looked like they'd been exposed to the
When
lyrium
did
you
that
described.
happen, Hawke?
Hopefully my friend in the Wardens will know more.
I'll take any lead I can get at the moment.
Good.
Unless
I'll
they
do
started
whatever I
using
can
it
to help.
after the event, and
Corypheus
he was
is
actually
my
just kind of hanging
responsibility.
out.
I thought I'd killed him before. This time, I'll make sure of it.
Why?
Inquisition.
God damn it, that DLC was called Legacy DLC. It was supposed to be me! Me! Security is my responsibility. Otherwise he wouldn't have been created. It's all my fault.
You said you thought you killed Corypheus.
The Grey Wardens had him imprisoned. They used my father's blood in a ritual to seal Corypheus inside. But he could still reach out and influence the Warden's thoughts. He sent them after me. And I didn't just think I killed him. When the fight was done, he was dead on the ground. Maybe his tie to the Blight somehow brought him back. Or maybe it's old Tevinter magic. But he was dead. I swear it.
Where did you go after the mages rebelled?
I heard the Chantry might be sending an exalted march to Kirkwall to put down the rebellion.
But
I
unfortunately
hoped
that
belief
DLC was
would
cut
save
and then
lives and force the
recycled
divine
into
to divide the
Inquisition.
forces to come after me. As it turned out, I needn't have bothered. All the circles started rising up, and the exalted march never came.
I know. Again, that DLC was cancelled and then it was repurposed into Inquisition.
I'd like to know more about Anders. What was he like?
Complicated. It's not like the minstrels make it out to be. He's not just a monster or a hero. Or maybe he's both. He was trying to change the world. He knew it couldn't happen peacefully.
I heard you had family and friends in Kirkwall.
I remember
Where are
which
they now?
save file I
My brother's
used
a
that'll
Grey
actually
Warden.
save him.
I had my friend
Or
Adeline
who
take
his
him as far from
romance is.
Orlais as possible. When all the Wardens
I
started
think it's
acting
Fenris.
strangely, I had to keep my family safe. Fenris would have killed himself to protect me.
Yes.
I didn't want to give him that chance.
Assume Varric's been feeding you information about the Inquisition. What did he say about me?
Only good things, I promise. I was a little surprised, actually. Varric isn't one for religion in general, but he thinks highly of the Inquisition. I think the exact phrase was, has a good shot at fixing Blondie's mess.
We'll talk later.
I'll meet you at Crestwood. Let me know if you have any other questions. Otherwise, I'll meet you at Crestwood.
We'll talk later.
Right.
I'm starting to wonder if there's any, like, Hawk/Inquisitor porn out there, but probably not. Whee! my help. Let's go do his thingy then. Oh no. No. I guess we'll go there. Set off from here. I'll take Sarah, I'll take Cole, and of course Iron Bolt needs to come with me. Well, let's hope this combination is a winning one.
All right. Our Kunari contact should be here to meet us.
No, I guess we don't even have to go there.
He is. Good to see you again, Hisrad.
Gat! Last I heard, you were still in Saharan.
They finally decided I'd calmed down enough to go back into the world.
Boss, this is Gat. We work together in Saharan.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Inquisitor. Hisrad's reports say you're doing good work.
Iron Bull's name is Hisrad.
Under the Qun, we use titles, not names.
My title was Hisrad, because I was assigned to secret work. You can translate it as Keeper of Illusions, or...
Liar.
Liar. It means liar.
Well, you don't have to say it like that.
It's so nice to hear friends say good things about me in their secret spy reports.
He does. But they aren't really secret, are they?
Look, Gat.
Relax. Unlike our superiors, I know how it works out here. We're in this together. The Tevinter Imperium is bad enough without the influence of this Venatori cult. If this new form of lyrium helps them seize power in Tevinter, the war with Kunandar could get worse.
With this stuff, the Vince could make their slaves into an army of magical freaks.
I wonder which one is the better.
We could lose Saharan and see a giant Tevinter army come marching back down here.
The Ben Hasrath agree.
Tevinter.
That's why we're here. Our dreadnought is safely out of view and out of range of any Venatori mages on shore. We'll need to eliminate the Venatori, then signal the dreadnought so it can come in and take out the smuggler ship.
Unless you want to be a slave. Although you can argue that Tevinter is, or being a Qun, you are pretty much a slave.
What do you think, Bull?
Don't know. I've never liked covering a dreadnought run. Too many ways for crap to go wrong. If our scouts underestimate enemy numbers, we're dead. If we can't lock down the Venatori mages, the ship is dead. It's risky.
Riskier than letting Red Lyrium into Minrathos?
There might be Venatori mages on the ship as well. If the dreadnought can't handle them...
It's unlikely there'll be more than 2 or 3 mages on the ship, and they'll be dead by the 3rd shot. On land, though, a half-dozen Venatori attacking the dreadnought from cover could do some serious damage.
If it's dangerous for the dreadnought close to shore, why not attack when the smugglers reach open water?
Any decent smuggling ship can outrun a dreadnought on open water. We need to catch them close to shore.
I could have crushed any Venatori resistance with the Inquisition's main forces. Why not use them?
Because then the Venatori would have seen you coming and run. They'd schedule a new shipment for later, and our spies might not know when or where. This is risky, yes, but it's our best chance to destroy the shipping operation permanently.
Let's go hold up our end of this bargain, then.
My agent suggested 2 possible locations the Venatori may be camped to guard the shore. There, and there. We'll need to split up and hit both at once.
I'll come with you, boss. Krim can lead the charges. Let me fill him in. Come by when you're ready to move.
My nipples are wet. I probably should have put better equipment on Cole. Come on.
Just waiting on you and his Rado. Iron Bull, I guess.
You knew Iron Bull back when he fought in Sahara?
Yes. He led the group that freed me. I was a Magister's slave, and when the Magister went to Saharon, he brought me along. For company. Iron Bull and his men attacked my master's ship and killed him, as well as his soldiers. Bull set me free.
And you decided to start following the Qun after that?
What do you think? I just watched a giant horned warrior kill the Magister who hurt me.
I'll let you know when we're ready.
I await your pleasure, Inquisitor.
What? No, that's not what I picked
Let
at all.
me know when you're ready.
How did an elf end up working for the Qunari out here?
The Ben Hasrath usually pick elves or humans to work outside of Kunandar. We're a little harder to spot. I've worked in all
I wonder if there are any dwarven Qun converts.
What did you do before that?
When I was old enough, I fought Tevinter forces in Saharon. I was too angry to do much else. It took me a long time to accept the Qun, to get past justice, to purpose. Some days are still difficult.
It sounds like following the Qun hasn't always been easy.
I had a temper. Bull's nickname for me, Gat, comes from Gatlock, the explosive power in Qunari cannons. I was so angry when I was first freed. I wanted revenge. I wanted to find my family, who was still enslaved in Minrathos. I thought about leaving when the Qun didn't tell me what I wanted to hear, but I didn't.
Why not?
The Qunari were always ready to listen, to teach. They cared for me as much as one of their own. And if I leave, the parts of the Qun that I don't like are never going to change.
So I really think you could change it from the inside? Sounds like indoctrination to me.
No one's actually detailed how an alliance with the Qunari will help the Inquisition.
The answer to that is above my rank. But the Qunari don't really bargain. They don't know how. I doubt you want Qunari troops stomping around your stronghold, and you're too far away for supplies to be useful. You get more use out of our ships, I imagine. And the agents we've got spread across Thedas. We know a lot more than what Bull sees in those reports he's been forwarding to your spy master.
Is Bull going to get in trouble for passing those reports on?
The Ben Hasrath aren't pleased with how forthcoming Bull has been, but he was one of their best agents. He kept the streets clean in Saharon longer than anyone before him or after. He fought until it nearly killed him. The Ben Hasrath trust him enough to accept how he joined the Inquisition, even if they don't like it. Besides, they hate to discard a tool that might still have some use left in it. That's why I have a job.
So this kind of goes then with what I was mentioning earlier was I don't understand why they didn't make it to where like any kind of retcon issues in terms of Iron Bull's point of view when it comes to say like sexuality and gender like regular traditional gender roles. It's like why didn't they make it sort of into oh, it's more of Iron Bull's kind of being away from the Qun for so long that he's kind of twisted his perspective on the Qun from being away from it for so long. Because he still loves the Qun, but maybe it doesn't really align with a bunch of the good people that he's met. So he's kind of ended up kind of making these mental gymnastics to kind of justify kind of coming up with a compromise of the two in his head. And it could have been in, you know, he's been away from the Qun for too long instead of just being a outright retcon. But I think again the purpose is to, if that wasn't the purpose of the retcon, it's probably the traditional gender roles, it's probably more about trying to make the Kyun a little bit less outright bad and more trying to make it balance between there's positives and there's negatives. Still, I don't really believe that the Kyun would care about your gender. So it's hard to say. Would they really care about your gender role and your gender identity? And would they be accepting if you wanted to switch? It's like, I don't quite understand. Again, the first game says no, and this game says yes.
Do you have a minute to talk about the Kyun?
I'm a spy, Inquisitor, not a teacher. I'm not interested in converting anyone or debating the philosophy. But I suppose it would make for an interesting report to hear the Inquisitor's opinion of the Kyun.
To be honest, I don't really understand enough of the Kyun to judge it.
I think you have to be raised under the Kyun for it ever to make sense. The people who join as adults either end up unhappy or, well, for many, it's just a kind of form of slavery. I like the simplicity. I like knowing my place and knowing that it's the right place. Other parts I've struggled with myself.
Can you elaborate, please? Which parts do you struggle with? Give me more.
I'll let you know when we're ready.
I'll be waiting here.
Once they're down, send up your signal. That'll let the Dreadnought know it's safe to come in.
Understood, Chief.
Remember, you're gonna want a volley to start, but don't get suckered into fighting at range. They've got mages.
It's all right. We've got a mage of our own.
I'm not a mage.
Get in close and take their enchanter down before he takes over the battlefield.
He'll be dead before he knows it.
Just pay attention, all right? The Vince want this red lyrium shipment bad.
Yes, I know. Thanks, Mother.
Kunari don't have mothers, remember?
We'll be fine, Chief.
All right, Chargers. Horns up!
Horns up!
Ready whenever you are, boss.
Dad.
I'm ready to head out, Bull.
Right. Chargers, hit 'em hard and hit 'em fast. When this is over, drinks are on me.
You got it, Chief. Charges, double time. Let's move!
You know, I would interpret drinks on Iron Bull as them, like, taking shots off of his... Okay, that was weird. Taking shots off of
You
his,
gave
like...
your charges the easier target.
You think?
Lower and farther from the smuggler's ship. It's much less likely to be heavily defended.
Taking shots
Suppose
off of
we'll
his
do the
chest
heavy
or something.
Just like old times.
Be careful. My agent said to expect opposition ahead of the main camp.
We've all done this a few times, Gat.
You've been living outside the Kyun for years now, Iron Bull. Just wanted to make sure your reflexes hadn't gotten as soft as the rest of you.
Ouch.
Goodbye!
Okay, there's tissue paper. Okay, these are made of
Iron
tissue
Bull's
paper.
reports say you're a demon.
I'm trying not to be. Sometimes it's hard. I want to kill a lot of people, but I don't.
Because the Inquisitors bound you.
Because it's not right.
Bull, how can you work with a demon?
He's all right.
He's alright. I forgot about this. He scrutinizes your party.
Get ready. We're close.
Oh, hang on, I need to pick this elf fruit first. We're gonna analyze Sarah. I don't know how easy this quest is. Oh. We get a special helmet for Iron Bull. Now he looks like one of those skulls that you hang up on the wall.
We're clear, Gat.
Right. Signaling the dreadnought.
Chargers already sent theirs up. See them down there?
Look how alive and happy they are. Be ashamed if something bad happens.
There's the dreadnought. That brings back memories.
Yeah, you see it through that haze over there in the distance.
Nice one. Crap.
There are quite a few of them.
Yeah.
Your men need to hold that position, Bull.
Why?
They do that. They're dead.
And if they don't, the Venatori retake it and the dreadnought is dead. You'd be throwing away an alliance between the Inquisition and the Canary. You'd be declaring yourself Talvishoth. With all you've given the Inquisition, half the Ben Hassrath think you've betrayed us already. I stood up for you, Hisrad. I told them you would never become Talvishoth.
Actually, I'm surprised he doesn't bring up the fact that I'm a Kunari.
But you need to do what's right, Hisrad. For this alliance, and for the Qun.
Call the retreat.
Don't!
They're falling back.
Ah, all that
all
pop
these
in.
years, Hisrad, and you throw away all that you are. For what? For this? For them?
You know, I don't quite understand. I don't think there's any way we could do this or salvage this.
His name is Iron Bull.
I suppose it is.
Hey, they're not even where the position they needed to hold.
Won't be long now.
Bull, when the dreadnought sinks...
Sinks? Canary dreadnoughts don't sink.
See, the hell happened off screen.
Let's get back to my boys. Hey, boss.
Inquisitor, it is my duty to inform you that there will be no alliance between our peoples. Nor will you be receiving any more Ben Hassrath reports from your Talvishoth ally.
You under orders to kill me, Gat?
No. The Ben Hassrath have already lost one good man. They'd rather not lose two.
So much for that.
loss of the Ben Hasrath information will hurt. Can we smoke out some of your old contacts?
They'll pool their people soon enough, but we might be able to identify the agents who replaced them. You're late.
Sorry, Chief. Still sore from fighting off all those vents. Good to see you, Inquisitor.
That fight against the Venatori was a bit dicey.
We knew that you and the Chief had our backs, Your Worship. Chief's even breaking open a cask of chasing sack mead for the charges tonight.
Mead.
Damn it, Krem. That's the kind of thing you don't have to mention to the Inquisitor.
Sorry, Chief.
Ah, forget it. You're doing fine.
Come here, junkies. You want attention.
Our heroes strode the winding road, defiant of the vile. Uncertain falls for...
Shame the alliance with the Chief's people didn't work out. He hasn't said anything, but he's feeling it.
Can you think of any other tasks suitable for the charges?
Nothing jumps out at me. If I come up with any ideas, I'll let you know.
I wanted to talk about you, if that's all right.
You know, I'm from Tevinter. Wasn't a slave, but even citizens have it rough if they're not mages. I was a soldier, but women joined the ranks under a different program. When they found out I was passing, it got ugly. I ran, met Bull near the border, and ended up here. Not a life I'd wish on everyone, but it'll do.
What?
Why did you decide to live as a man?
I didn't decide anything. I've been like this my whole life. My parents wanted me to marry up. They tried to find me a nice merchant's son. Every day, put on a dress, look into my father's shaving mirror, and just hate myself.
How did your family react when you started?
My mother wanted to throw me out. She said if I didn't marry well, I was dooming the family to slavery. She was happy to take the money I set as a soldier, though. Not that it mattered in the end. My father. When I was little, he'd angle his mirror down so I could pretend to shave, just like him. He never said anything, but I think he knew.
If you had the chance to use magic, would you change all the way?
What? No. I don't want any magic like that within 10 yards of my body. When I was younger... I don't know. Everyone has silly dreams. In Tevinter, dreams like that get you killed. Bull helped me make a good life. Nice armor and a well-placed sock, and I'm happy.
What's Tevinter like for a citizen? Someone who isn't a slave or a mage?
I'm of the Separati, citizens who aren't mages. Mages are in charge and everyone knows it. But a wealthy merchant can have an easy life. At the low end, people just try to stay out of slavery. My father was a tailor. I joined the army after the Imperial slaves drove him under.
How did slaves drive your family out of business?
My father made shirts, aprons, that kind of thing. Nothing fancy. One of the magisters had a pet project to prevent the poor from dying of cold in the winter. Nice, right? He had Imperial slaves making simple peasant clothes and selling them for almost nothing. That magister's nice idea put out slave-made clothes at prices my father couldn't match.
It's difficult to compete with someone who doesn't get paid.
That's Tevinter. My father sold himself into slavery.
Capitalism.
He's one of the Servus Publicus, the Imperium-owned slaves now.
You said you left Tevinter when they discovered your secret.
Women are allowed to serve, but only in certain ranks and disciplines. I was up for promotion, but the healer I'd bribed to sign off on my physical had to tend to a sick magister. When the replacement healer saw what was or wasn't in my paths, he made threats. It was slavery or death, so I knocked him out and ran.
It's against the law to pass as a man.
It's a crime to lie on an Imperial application for service. Would have been a heavy fine or slavery. For 10 silvers, the healer said he'd tell the Tribune I was sick in the head. Some pity for the mad little girl. That was when I hit him.
10 silvers.
I'd served for a few years. I was good at hitting.
I'm surprised you escaped from the Tevinter Imperium so easily.
It's not like I lived in Minrathous. I was in Trevis, not far from the Navaran border. It helped that I was being chased as a deserter, not a runaway slave. Slave hunters only get paid for what they catch. They're efficient bastards.
We'll talk later.
I think talking to him initiates the poisoning scene.
You wanted to see me?
Bull! I got it! Yeah, my soul's dust. Yours is scattered all over the ground, though, so... Sorry, boss. I thought I might need backup. Guess I'm not even worth sending professionals for.
You knew the assassins were coming.
Little change in the guard rotation tipped me off.
Why didn't you tell me ahead of time?
You go through years of Ben Hasrath training to hide facial expressions when I wasn't looking. See? Like that. If I'd warned you or the guards, the assassins would have been tipped off.
You all right?
Fine. Hurt myself worse than this fooling around in bed.
What if they used poison?
Oh, they definitely used poison. Sarcomec. Liquid form. If I hadn't been dosing myself with the antidote, I'd be going crazy and puking my guts up right now. As it is, it stings like shit. But that's about it.
Are you interested in getting some payback?
Against who? The entire Ben Hasrath? Besides, this wasn't serious. Sending 2 guys with blades against me? That's not a hit. That's a formality. Just making it clear that I'm Talvashoth. Talva fucking Shoth.
You acted like a Talvashoth for years. That didn't change you. Neither does this.
That was just a role. This is my life. As one of those. I've killed hundreds of Talvashoth in Saharan. Bandits, murderers, bastards who turned their back on the Qun. And now I'm one of them.
You're not a Talvashoth. That's a Kunari word. And you don't follow the Qun any longer. You're Iron Bull. Mercenary captain for the Inquisition.
I can live with that. Anyway, I'll get this cleaned up and let Red know what happened. Boss, whatever I miss, whatever I regret, this is where I want to be. Whenever you need an ass kicked, the Iron Bull is with you.
Why, though? How far am I? Oh, I'm like really far. Colin's over here. The dilapidated bed.
Your son?
Yes, sir.
Hey.
From Haven's fire come we, the able true, to Skyhold now, a fortress strong and free.
So I think this is where you can bang him now.
You rally
Welcome
with our
back.
hero born anew.
I'm pleased to hear it.
Hey, boss. How are you?
Nope, nope.
See you later, Bull.
Nice talking with you, boss.
Yeah, can't
Pleasure
bang
as
him
always,
yet.
boss. Nice.
I wonder if Hawke is still standing over there. It's waiting. I'm sure that would have been funny if Hawke was just hanging around like one of the soldiers. Let's see if Cassandra's gonna be pissy. Yep.
You knew where Hawke was all along!
You're damned right I did.
You conniving little shit!
You kidnapped me! You interrogated me! What did you expect?
Hey, enough!
You're taking his side?
I said enough!
We needed someone to lead this Inquisition.
Honestly, I'm on
First, Liliana and I
side.
searched for the hero of Ferelden, but he had vanished. Then we looked for Hawke, but he was gone too. We thought it all connected, but no. It was just you. You kept him from us.
The Inquisition has a leader.
Hawke would have been at the Conclave if anyone could have saved Most Holy.
You did that out of spite.
I was protecting my friend.
Varric is a liar, Inquisitor. A snake. Even after the Conclave, when we needed Hawke most, Varric kept him secret.
He's with us now. We're on the same side.
We all know whose side you're on, Varric. It will never be the Inquisition's.
That's unworthy of you.
That's all she has to say.
I must not think of what could have been. We have so much at stake. Go, Varric. Just go.
You know what I think? If Hawke had been at the temple, he'd be dead too. You people have done enough to him.
I believed him. He spun his story for me, and I swallowed it. If I just explained what was at stake, if I just made him understand... But I didn't, did I? I didn't explain why we needed Hawke.
I'm pretty sure you did at the end. It's like...
What if you hadn't believed him, and you tracked Hawke down?
Honestly, Hawke might not even have agreed to become Inquisitor. He supported the Mage Rebellion, after all. He wouldn't have trusted me for a second. But this isn't about Hawke, or even Varric. Not truly. I should have been more careful. I should have been smarter. I don't deserve to be here.
Have you looked at our Inquisition, Cassandra? We're all fools here.
Is that supposed to make me feel better?
More at home, maybe.
I want you to know, I have no regrets. Maybe if we'd found Hawke or the hero of Ferelden, the Maker wouldn't have needed to send you. But he did. You're not what I'd pictured. But if I've learned anything, it's that I know less than nothing.
I lost my little flirty option. I'm gonna take it out on this dummy.
There is a rumor being circulated. I find it hard to credit, but it suggests you and Dorian are...
Are what?
romantically involved.
Jealous.
Are you asking because you're jealous?
I was simply concerned. Nothing more.
Concerned?
For your reputation and that of the Inquisition, I'll happily leave the matter in your hands.
I have some more questions.
Why am I not surprised?
I'll let you get back.
Welcome back.
From Haven's fire come we, the able true.
Pleasure as always, boss.
I don't think he says
See you later,
anything.
Bull.
Nice talking with you, boss.
Oh, alright, let's talk to Varric. Varric will probably be all pissy at me.
Cassandra's calmed down. I think you can take your hand off your crossbow.
Define calm down for me in terms of who or what she's punching right now. I wasn't trying to keep secrets. I told the Inquisition everything that seemed important at the time.
Choose a side.
I bet Cassandra regrets how things went back there. You should talk to her.
I appreciate that you're trying to keep the peace, but things between me and the Seeker are as good as they'll get. I keep hoping none of this is real. Maybe it's all some bullshit from the Fade and it'll just disappear. I know I need to do better. I'm sorry. Corypheus is back. Oh, shit.
You said he was a Darkspawn or a Magister. What is he really?
I'm not sure. I don't think Corypheus really knows either. He's definitely a Darkspawn, but when we found him, it was pretty obvious he hadn't heard that. He thinks he's a Magister, a priest of Dumat, in fact. He says he broke into the Golden City, like in the Chantry tale.
Honestly, I'd rather fight an ancient Darkspawn with a pet archdemon than deal with that hole in the sky. At least you can kill Darkspawn.
We didn't just think Corypheus was dead. He was dead. No pulse, no breath, full of stab wounds. There wasn't a lot of room for doubt. It makes me wonder. I thought the Wardens imprisoned Corypheus to use him. Maybe they did it because he can't be killed.
How did you and Hawke even wind up in a Grey Warden prison for ancient Darkspawn?
Corypheus sent people after Hawke.
Legacy.
He actually got control of an entire Carta clan. Made them drink Darkspawn blood. Weird shit. We tracked the Carta to an old dwarven fort or something in the mountains. Of course, it turned out to be a trap. They needed Hawke's blood to open the locks holding Corypheus, and they drew us into the prison to get it.
Let's hope Corypheus just turns out to be really good at playing dead.
That makes two of us. Maker's breath, what have I let loose?
Brutally murdered is not really the same as unleashed upon the world, Varric.
In this case, it might be. But you've got more important things to do than listen to me worry. Just let me know when you want something shot.
Damn.
Battling the demons of paperwork? That's a fight nobody walks away from clean.
You have no idea the number of times I've almost been killed by bills of lading. I've been meaning to come talk to you anyhow. I never officially joined the Inquisition. I don't know how to do this disciplehood thing. I'm a businessman. Never really followed a chosen one before.
Just make it up as you go.
I don't even know how to deal with all this. Just make something up. It'll be fine.
So we're saving the world through bullshit now? All right, I can manage that. You just don't know what you are to the people out there. The Herald of Andraste is a symbol bigger than any of us.
What am I to you, then?
None of this shit makes any sense to me. Is this the end of the world? Did Andraste send you through the breach? I have no idea. You heard the crowd singing after Haven was attacked?
Please tell me you aren't going to burst into song now.
Don't worry, I'm not that cruel. I should probably get back to work. Unless, you up for a game of Wicked Grace? I've got a minute if you need something.
I've read your Tale of the Champion, and I have a few questions.
That's a pretty common reaction. Go ahead. Looking for someone to talk your ear off? I think I can oblige.
What can you tell me about this Corypheus?
Corypheus.
I'm not exactly an expert, but ask away and I'll answer what I can.
You and Hawke both said before he was supposed to be dead.
He was dead. We killed him. The only way for us to escape the prison Corypheus was trapped in was to go through him. We weren't going to just leave the door to his prison open behind us and hope he was dead. We made sure.
He looks like some sort of blighted creature, but he speaks. What is he exactly?
The wardens who imprisoned him thought he was just a darkspawn. But you heard him ranting. He claims he's a magister. One who assaulted the Golden City, what, more than 1,000 years ago?
Doesn't that mean there's more of them?
It seems crazy, but if he's telling the truth, he's one of the people who caused the blights.
How did you first encounter him?
A few years back, I was dealing with some trouble from a Carter clan that went rogue. They were sending assassins after the Hawke family. We tracked them to a rune in the Vimarks. It turned out to be a trap. Once you went far enough into the rune, there was a magic barrier that kept you from going back. The whole thing was a prison the Grey Wardens were using to hold what they thought was a powerful darkspawn.
I've never heard of wardens locking up darkspawn. Why wouldn't they just...
I don't think they could. From what we saw in there, Corypheus can control wardens somehow. They couldn't attack him. The wardens locked him up because there was nothing else they could do.
All right, I think that's enough about Corypheus.
No problem.
Inquisitor?
Corypheus.
It's good to know we're doing something worthwhile.
Ah. Oh. It's you. And them NPCs. Tend to my little garden over here. I don't even know what roots I need. Because apparently I'm the only one who could be bothered to do that. I definitely want to press that down too. Sure,
Inquisitor.
Colin can do that. Dorian's not here. Oh wait, there he is.
You seem very interested in my opinions.
I should go.
So long.
Apologies, Your Worship. Running.
My friend.
We'll talk.
Goodbye.
What the hell was that? Okay. Pay. Okay. Spiral staircase.
Yes?
Anything I should know?
I've nothing to report at the moment.
Okay.
Back to work.
I don't think I've ever walked around here. It's a good thing too, because there's nothing. What? How the hell did that happen? Well, let's go talk to Sarah.
From Haven's fire come we, the able true. To Skyhold now, a fortress strong and free.
We rat.
This is the start of something grand. I know it.
Assuming you don't end up dead.
I hear Vashel was good pay for you, Inquisitor. Time to go see if my friends came through too. Got a location for a stash. Hopefully something nice for my trouble. Well, your trouble. Just let me know when you're ready to head out. Be sure to bring your empty pockets.
Who is putting up the reward for this?
Don't know. Sometimes it's pass the hat. Sometimes it's I lifted this from Master's vault. Doesn't matter, does it? Job done. Time to get what we're owed.
I'm ready if you are.
Always, yeah. My favorite part, this. Let's go see what friends can get us.
My dog's looking all sad off. She wants something. Got my other dog right here too.
Wait, this is weird.
What?
I was expecting a village or something. The people that leave me stuff don't trek out to places like this. Give me a city and I'll give you a tour, but surprise, surprise, I don't know stupid woods or ruins. What's that?
Don't hurt me. Harmond made me do it.
Right. Things have gone sour. As they do.
No, it has to go right or he'll kill me for the marching. It wasn't my fault.
You were the one with the rumor out of Vashel. My friend.
You're her. You're the one he's waiting for. It's her. She's here. Red Jenny.
Dead.
Not aware the Inquisitor was personally involved. This is a tragic misunderstanding.
Let's all sheathe our swords, you walk out, and we'll conduct this like business.
Don't believe this pissbag. He started it.
There. That wasn't so hard, was it? We identified the confusion, and we worked past it. I'm Lord Pelharmond. I do hope, Inquisitor, that you continue to respond to reason. After all, your choice of company is hardly virtuous.
Freaking user you are. Another noble prick who punches down.
We're the same, you and I. Well, that is overstating it. You are nothing like me. But we both need people.
This ambush was your doing. Or am I remembering that wrong?
Granted, it wasn't a direct attack, but the first move was hers, and apparently yours. Honestly, previous to this very moment, I thought you'd also been tricked by these red jennies. Despite your foreign nature, as Inquisitor, you are a social peer. I attacked them on behalf of us both.
Arse biscuit.
Quite. Inquisitor, Herald, I don't want to be your enemy. I'm barely invested in being hers. If you are willing to recognize an opportunity, we could be exceptional partners.
You were up to something in Vashel, Harmond. What was it?
If you mean bettering my wealth and position, I'm always seeking that.
By getting people hurt?
Lady Shell Morveau and I were jockeying for the land south of Vashel. To claim land, you must populate it. My people encouraged hers to leave. Her people answered in kind, etc. Really, it was all terribly standard displacement until your troops seemed to change the balance. Well played.
Stop talking to him. Really, just stop it.
Right, now if you keep talking to him and asking questions, she'll just outright kill him. But I think this gets him to join us, and makes Sarah happy.
A partnership gets me your enemies. I need the territory.
What are you doing? He's half the mess in Vashel.
And now his job is recruiting the other. Consider your lands and title requisitioned. You open the bargaining. Think of your immediate options.
Surprising. Disappointing, but also welcome over the alternative.
Won't be hearing from you again.
Be sure to return the favor.
Okay, I guess we just take his stuff.
There's you. How was that Harmond mess, hey? I should be angry you let him live. But his kind really hate a leash. I mean, he deserved worse for turning it all bad. But we made out just fine. Good one, you.
Risky, but keep it within the Inquisition and I'll support you.
Even though this puckered around us?
Even so.
Well, good then. Right, what do you mean? Because I am really not used to that acceptance thing you're doing right there.
Alright, sure, we'll flirt with her.
I don't want this to get in the way of you staying.
Coin stash.
I like having you here.
Oh, no, we have too much in common, yeah? Because we both like women? So, right. Not letting you take back the staying part, though. You're on my good side. We'll
I
see
like
if
that
it lasts.
turning down. It's like, well, we both like women, so whoopsie poopsie.
Demon armies and
Technically, I
wardens,
don't.
and Varric has exactly who we
I
need.
just like flirting with everybody.
The big talker just knows everything.
Is your network of contacts still active after what happened?
After Lord Arsehole and Vishel? Of course. He may have killed people, but that just means there's more who hate him. You should be one of them. But maybe not. So watch out for that.
We annoyed some nobles. Does that really help all that much?
We'd have helped more if you hadn't been so chummy. I don't get what's so hard to understand. Your stuff works the same. Your Inquisition, I mean. Punch a bully, people like you. Do it because they asked, or let them think they asked. They like it even more. It's inspiring, even if it sometimes goes tits up and they take a hit back. You know, like Haven.
I get it, kind of. We just don't think of what you do as that kind of inspiration.
Well, we should take a good hard look at where our people come from. All the same people. At least my baddies are understandable. No kicking in the sky there.
We'll talk another time.
It's all good, isn't it?
Oh, that Cockney accent. I like British accents for some reason.
Hey, you need me?
Yes. But apparently
See
you
later,
don't
Bull.
need me.
Nice talking with you, boss.
We can do just that.
Inquisitor?
Can you think of any other tasks suitable for the charges?
Nothing jumps out at me. If I come up with any ideas, I'll let you know.
Alright, keep
We'll talk
testing that chair's stability.
Very well.
Haven was a cock-up, Herald, Inquisitor. But you did right by me, and others. We'll pay you back.
Would you have guessed such a pairing?
Yes, the lure of command, noble names. Classically arousing in every sense.
Careful. Ears.
Of course.
Alright, so... Oops. Come on. Hello. Are you also another random bot on PSN? Convenient. I don't remember this.
Inquisitor. Good, good. This is exactly what I was hoping for.
What? Is that why we're here? How do you even know about the amulet? I hope you aren't intending to help me get it back. I can do this myself.
I apologize, but that won't be possible. Do forgive me, Inquisitor. But when I heard of your association with Monsieur Pavas, I could not resist.
I wonder if this is like a romance thing.
You see, the young man sold me a rather valuable amulet many months ago. Then he returned, asking to buy it back. Why would I simply sell it? Not only is it useful, there are others who could offer much more.
You loathsome little cretin. That's why you were so stubborn.
There is no need for insults, monsieur. I am interested only in doing good business.
Aren't you a merchant? Why not just sell it back?
I am not a fence, monsieur. I only bought your friend's amulet because of what it is. I do business in the Imperium. Having a birthright, even
never
one
actually
is most useful
done
in
his romance
select
before.
situations.
So this is all new to me.
He's got the right of it there.
That's why I gave the young man so much.
Yeah,
If you
so
relinquished it,
the first time I
how
played
is that by
Inquisition when
doing?
it came out on the Xbox 360, actually, I tried doing a second playthrough or third one, but there was this glitch at launch where I couldn't romance him because his personal quest with his father didn't trigger properly. So Mother Giselle wouldn't approach me about giving me the letter about his father and stuff. So therefore, I couldn't romance him. I'd like progress like most of the romance stuff, and it wouldn't trigger. So I kind of like rage quit and didn't pick it up ever since. Even though I've been actually kind of wanting to watch Dorian's romance. I'm actually like flirting with everybody, but I'm particularly planning on romancing Dorian. I always thought a Kunari mage would be a good pairing with him.
You refused to sell Dorian his amulet, just to get me here. Mission accomplished.
I am not attempting to manipulate you, my lord. I only wish equitable recompense. The Ligue de Celestine is an organization of wealthy noblemen in Orlais. I would join, but I lack the lineage. If someone like you applied pressure, they would admit me. That would be worth the return of the amulet.
What do you think, Dorian?
Leave the man be. I got myself into this. I should get myself out of it.
Perhaps you should accept your friend's help, monsieur.
Kafas! I know what you think, and he's not my friend. He's... Never mind what he is.
As you desire. Even so, that is the price. I shall accept no other.
Oh, hey.
Perhaps you should take a moment to think about your position.
Forgive me, your worship.
Oh.
If it is your desire, I will have the amulet delivered to Skyhold immediately. Please, just think of me kindly. I meant no offense.
Oh, yeah.
I'd feel badly for the fellow if he wasn't a toad.
I didn't realize that would intimidate him. I thought that was just like another dialogue option. Oh, this is going to send us back. Loading, loading.
Here it is.
Now I'm indebted to you. I never wanted this, I told you.
Didn't cost me anything.
Why should there be a debt? After all, I only had to glare at the man.
Of course you did. The Inquisitor snaps his fingers and people tremble.
Now you're just being difficult.
Someone intelligent would cozy up to the Inquisitor if they could. It'd be foolish not to. He can open doors, get you whatever you want, shower you with gifts and power. That's what they'll say. I'm the Magister who's using you.
I had no idea you were concerned
That's
about
actually
that.
a pretty good
I
concern.
don't care what they think about me. I care what they think about us. I am apparently an incredible ass at accepting gifts. I apologize and thank you.
Oh.
I'm going to stop before I say something syrupy, but I won't forget this, and I will repay you. Count on it.
This glitches.
Have you been to your quarters lately by chance?
Not recently.
Do, when you have the time. There's something there that might interest you.
I wonder if so.
I need to talk to you.
Oh. I am, as you say down south, all ears.
You could
I was
just
hoping
kiss
to
him
steal a
randomly.
moment alone with you.
I need to talk to you, he says. Have it your way, but let's go where 100 onlookers won't think I'm stealing the Inquisitor's soul.
Is that all that is? My Kunari statues.
I have to admit, it does feel good to have my amulet back. I'm not above a bit of attachment, apparently. Bloody thing.
I need to talk to you.
Oh. I am, as you say down south, all ears.
So, what's this
Let's
option?
do something interesting.
More interesting than wandering the countryside killing random strangers? Perish the thought. This castle of yours isn't exactly filled with diversions, but we can figure something out.
Oh, okay. Nothing happened. Oh, I guess let's go see what's waiting in my quarters.
Has there been an exchange?
So, it's all very nice, this flirting business. I am, however, not a nice man. So, here is my proposal. We dispense with the chit-chat and move on to something more primal.
Ooh.
It'll set tongues wagging, of course. Not that they aren't already wagging.
Wait, did I just
suppose
shrink?
it really depends. How bad does the Inquisitor want to be?
Animation glitches.
I thought you'd never ask.
I like playing hard to get.
And now?
I'm gotten.
He's floating. Oh, that's size disparity. Oh, I'm glad they took the extra year to
I
work
like
on
your
the
quarters.
animations.
Do you now?
Don't misunderstand. I'm not suggesting we
It's a nice
venture
image for
into
my
mutual
trophy
domesticity.
case.
I just like your appointments.
Ah.
Not that I couldn't suggest some changes. Your taste is a little austere.
What?
You seem a little distracted.
Sex will do that. It's distracting.
What's wrong with my manly
heard a
Kunari
rumor.
statues?
Very well, you've rooted me out. There is something I want. I'm curious where this goes, you and I. We've had fun. Perfectly reasonable to leave it here. Get on with the business of killing archdemons and such.
Tell me what you want.
All on me, then.
Should it be all on me?
I like you. More than I should. More than might be wise. We end it here, I walk away. I won't be pleased, but I'd rather now than later. Later might be dangerous.
Why dangerous?
Walking away might be harder then.
I bet if I say this, he's still not gonna want it. So this is one of the issues I tend to have with BioWare romances. For all their high and mighty, like, oh look how inclusive we are and stuff. Like, we don't get. There's usually no romances, or it's like, hey, let's be friends with benefits and stuff. There's never anything like that. So, well, I can always reload if it turns out bad.
I don't know if I want more. Wasn't this a good time?
I've no burning need to stroke your ego. More of the same would not be unwelcome. Perhaps this is something we can speak on later. Once we see whether you or I survive this whole business.
Oh, hey, this is actually pretty good.
Until then, I need to go.
Uh-oh. Sound died. That's so odd. He not only sucked all the air out of the room, he sucked... Well, actually, he might have done that. If there's no sound. Yeah. I've never played around with the things. I didn't realize the Kunari had, like, sexy man Kunari statue things that show off their asses.
Here we are again.
Begin a romance with them.
I'd like to talk to you about something.
How ominous. As my father finally
Yeah,
come up
if
with a
I
decent offer to
if I
buy
had
me
the
from-
money, I would
No,
totally
it's
have
nothing like
like
that.
giant statues of
My
beasts
father's a
like
very
that
wealthy
around
man.
my house.
I
with
meant
nice
I wanted
asses
to
and
talk
stuff.
about us.
I see. What's the latest news on the us front, then?
There is no news.
How dreadful. Back to being
Yeah.
fantastic all on my own.
I've always liked weird manly beast statues like that. Hey, I just realized he has like one of these shard thingies. Although these particular statues in general tend to make the the judgment cutscenes terrible because the points of the arrows block the Inquisitor's face. So it looks like the person talking is a giant spearhead. But yeah, manly Kunari, yes. This would so be me. I was actually trying to see if I could flirt and bet everyone with with my man whore of a Kunari with the porn stash.
I suppose you're right.
Damn, these are good. Are these nuts or seeds or whatever? They're good.
Nope.
See you later, Bull.
Nice talking with you, boss.
Alright, so I got two choices. Do you have a custom world? What do you mean custom world? Oh yeah, actually yeah, I do. I know what you mean. I have I imported my save. Let's see, the Hero of Ferelden, if I remember correctly. I believe this one is a mage. So a mage elf saved the world, had him sleep with Alistair, or had Alistair sleep with Morgan, created the Godchild, I think, and romanced Zevran because he was the only gay option. Honestly, I don't really much care for Zevran as a romantic interest, but since that was the only romance option I had, aside from none, then let's see, Hawke I think was humorous. I prefer the humorous characters. Although I tend to always be the Paragon path. Hawke romanced Fenris, I think, in this playthrough. Kept all his friends alive, kept Anders alive.
Inquisitor.
But actually I'm kind of deciding what do I want to do? Do I want to continue the Grey Warden plot, or do I want to just skip all that and go straight into going to the party with the Queen Celeste, or whatever her name is? essentially, should I play the game like it wants me to, or should I just screw up the pacing? Yeah, I like Anders. They handled his sexuality a little weird, but I always liked Anders. Although I don't like that weird first awkward conversation where he hits on you and then you kind of get punished for turning him down. Sure, go do
all right.
that. Yeah. See, I'm fine with that. I just don't like that first interaction where he'll always hit on Hawke at the first time and then you get rivalry points for kind of turning him down. It always seems a little awkward.
Any news on the House of Repose, Inquisitor?
Which, I mean, I'm personally fine with. Oh, yeah, sure, let's flirt. But I know a lot of people wouldn't be.
What's the next favor we need to get these Duparakets a lordship?
We need a judge of the royal court to procure documents acknowledging them as nobility again.
Which I can't because I already used the Cullen. Everyone else is busy. I guess while I decide I could go... see if I could go do this. So Alistair will be at the party if I go to the ball first? Is that Alistair is king? Actually, I should probably clarify that. So this custom world, Alistair is king with the Queen Honora, and Loghain is my is going to be the Grey Warden contact. I actually already talked to Hawke and custom created my Hawke. But of course he's not hanging around the place anymore. Oh yeah, the stupid oh no, the Darkspawn are coming out, so just, I don't know, put some boards around this hole and that'll keep them out. I guess I could do the bowl. I am kind of curious as to... Well, I guess we could go out of order. We might as well see what happens. And do something different. Oh no, that's fine. I'm always interested. See, I like it when BioWare does things like that. It's oh, if they're this person, then they end up in that place over there, instead of just making references to past choices, especially when they don't really mean much. I mean, you can say that about a lot of the choices too, that they don't mean much, but at least it feels like your choices long ago had some effect and had a tangible change on these people's lives. Even if it, gameplay-wise, they never really pay off all that much. And so I might need a guide for this, because try to get
we have
my
to reach the
approval
Empress
with the
before
court
Corypheus.
all's fine.
The only question is, how?
We know how. I have our way in. The real question is, where is our enemy hiding? At the urging of Grand Duchess Florian, the Empress is holding a ball. Absolutely everyone will be there. During the festivities, Céline will be meeting for peace talks with usurper Duke Gaspard and Ambassador Briala.
The assassin must be hiding within one of these factions.
So this is something that was almost kind of touched upon when they first revealed Inquisition. They were talking about it. Is the choice or the concept of time, that you only had like so many choices to make before you couldn't make any more because things progress. I guess this would be an example of it, because it wouldn't matter which quest I did first. This ball always seems to happen at the same time. It doesn't matter when I choose to go to it, I just happen to always go to it, whether I did the Grey Warden quest first or not. And which is, it would have been interesting if I had to choose between going to save the Queen versus having to save the Grey Wardens. And then of course, what did I do with the Grey Wardens? Did I somehow, I guess I had the authority to exile them or not exile them, and then versus having the Queen, and of course versus saving the Queen potentially, or going to this ball to either save the Queen, kill the Queen, or let her die. I guess I didn't kill her. Save the Queen, make them all sort of get along, kind of, but not really. I mean, the only time that this kind of factors in is whether I choose Templars or Mages. I can't do both. I can't go to do the Mage quest and then send my soldiers over to go try to talk to the Templars and try to get them to join. Even though I don't think that would have happened.
What do we know about Duke Gaspard?
The man who would have been Emperor. He's Celine's cousin, and was first in line to inherit the throne when Emperor Florian died. Celine outmaneuvered him. She won over the Council of Heralds, who hold authority over title disputes. She became Empress, and he a general in the Imperial Army. He's well loved by the troops.
Yay,
He's
cronyism.
also a chevalier. Most of their numbers sided with him when he turned on the Empress.
I can only imagine if you could do that.
Aren't the Chevaliers part of the army?
President
Why would they follow the Duke?
Most Chevaliers are
The
sworn
president
to
died.
serve the
Well,
crown.
I'm president now
That does
because
not give
reasons.
them faith in the person wearing it. The Empress has tried to improve relations with Ferelden and Navarra. The Chevaliers see her as anti-military.
Which is kind of weird
They
because there was
believe
mention of
Gaspard could lead the
war
Empire back
between
to the glory
Orlais
of
and
Draken's
Ferelden
expansion years.
in the second game. Yeah, but I mean, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that I did like the ball first. Like, the ball happens when it happens, versus I had to go do all those quests just to get to the Grey Wardens, because it's not just, I just don't attend a ball here. I have to go find Hawke's contact, go meet him at like the Western approach, then go to like the keep where the Grey Wardens are, stop them, accidentally go to the Fade, and then escape the Fade, decide what to do with them. Then I can go to the ball. But it's like, it took that, like, what span of time did that happen, where the ball's always going on? And of course this ball is meant to resolve a civil war, which is like, so it's convenient that this ball will always happen, will wait for me as in the Inquisitor, even though I have nothing to do with the civil war. This isn't like a peace talk. Versus where, like, if I can go to the ball now before all of that happens, it's like, so when exactly does this ball take place? And it waits for me. Like, the plot will wait for you.
Who is
sort of the
Ambassador
issue
Brianna?
with it.
An ambassador in name only.
Which,
She has
again, when they
organized
revealed the
elves of
game
Haram Sharal
the
into
first
an
time,
underground army.
they
Empress
mentioned sort of like,
invited
you
her
will
to the peace
will
talks
have
in
to
a
make
bid to
choices,
gain the
like,
elves' alliance
do you go
with
help
war.
your soldiers,
That would be
go
scandal
defeat
enough,
the enemy,
without the rumor
or
that
do you
Briella
go
is the
choose save
gentle
this
blood of
village?
Celine's.
You can't do both.
personal grudge
You either
and a
have to, you
network
have to
of
pick either
saboteurs at her
or. So you
command.
either go save the village, but your forces might die, or you go help your forces, but then this village gets destroyed, and then that village remains destroyed. if you go back, that's exactly what they advertised the first time they revealed Inquisition. None of that ever happens, though. The only time, there's only 2 times where that happens. That would be the main choice, which is the mages versus Templars. So you have to choose either or. And the very first time during the prologue, you get a choice between, do you take one path or you take the other? You can't do both. You either go up the mountains or you go forward. And I think, I'm not entirely sure if like you save more soldiers one way or the other. It doesn't really, it's not really clear, but it's almost like they set that up to be a thing in the prologue, but that never goes anywhere. I mean, we kind of sort of saw something with the Iron Bull's choice. It's like, do you save this ragtag team of mercenaries and destroy an alliance with the Qun, or do you let them die and preserve this alliance with the Qun? I mean, that's a good choice. I guess you could consider that a third one, but that's sort of an optional one. It's not story-based.
Wait, the elven leader is a jilted lover of the Empress.
Scandalous.
It's not widely known. Just a rumor whispered among the palace servants a few years ago. If it's true and were to get out, the Empress and an elf. The scandal could destroy Celine's court.
How scandalous.
Even if a lie, Briella could use it to blackmail the Empress. She has some connection to the
Yeah, it does. I mean, sometimes, I don't know, the war table thing is interesting. It's sort of an interesting mechanic, but they don't do much because a lot of times you get the choices of either using which kind of force do you use, but they always end up sort of the same. What the choices of like, oh, do you have to choose between doing this or that, and you can't do both. So I'm gonna give like BioWare the benefit of the doubt, and the reason why they likely took it out is they probably realized it wasn't fun. It wasn't fun really making hard choices. Because it sort of isn't, especially if you're like a completionist, like, oh, you got to do everything. And it also kind of comes down to whether you want to create content you want to spend all this development time to create content that maybe half of your players won't see because they chose one route. And of course you can always expect them to replay it just to see how things are different. But I think that's it might be a sign of how BioWare sort of has been starting to move away from that kind of content in terms of making choices that would limit your experience. If you made a choice that limited your experience, well, I'm sorry, that's the choice you made. We saw that in Mass Effect 3 with like the entire Arachnite Queen thing. Because my first playthrough, when it came out, I played my Paragon Shepherd, where I saved the Arachnite Queen. I'm like, oh, well, this makes sense, the Arachnite Queen. But, oh, that had consequences, because I saved the Arachnite Queen, and I inferred this. Because I saved the Arachnite Queen, I made the game harder for myself, because the Arachnite Queen exists, therefore those annoying Reaver creatures exist, and they're hard to kill. They can kill me really easily. I made the game harder for myself. Oh, so that must mean that when I boot up my game again with my Renegade Shepherd, where I kill the Arachnite Queen, these Reavers will be completely gone from the game. But that didn't happen. I'm like, wait, why are these characters still here? That doesn't make any sense. And, oh, look, I still get the same quest. The Arachnite Queen is still there and looks exactly the same, even though she's supposed to be a construct. And that is just so lazy. And I believe they've said that is because, oh yeah, we didn't want to cut that content out because, of some choice some people made years ago. I'm like, but that was the point of your choices. And it's kind of sad that they've kind of lost their way. That's sort of where you kind of see that. And I think you kind of started seeing that here too when they said like you're gonna have to make choices and stuff. And there are some decent choices, but a lot of them it always happens, the game kind of happens the way it happens. which I guess would be true about any of the other games, but it's just kind of disappointing, and it makes me I'm pretty sure that Dragon Age 4 is going to be either going to be a hard reboot, or not really a hard reboot, like a soft reboot, or it's going to eventually lead to a soft reboot. Especially if it's going to follow Solus's plan of trying to essentially destroy the world and make the elves come back.
She works tirelessly to secure peace for the Empire. Unfortunately, many Orlesians view peace as complacency. She has yet to name an heir, leaving the future of the Empire in doubt if anything happens to her.
Uh-oh.
Especially when the next in line is her cousin Gaspard, who's made few friends on the Council of Heralds.
Selene is surrounded at all times by
I hope
guards,
so too.
courtiers, servants, and vassals. What better place for an assassin
a lot
to
of people
hide
say that this
than
game
the
isn't all that
Empress's
great.
own
I mean, I think in retrospect, people say that this game isn't as great as it is, and it really wasn't when it first came out. It wasn't as great as people made it out to be. My biggest complaints are that the maps feel empty. They're really, there's a lot of fluff. A lot of it's good in terms that it gets you to feel like you are the leader of Inquisition because you are making choices. But then, and you can walk around the castle and see all these people, all these other random NPCs that are doing things that are mundane, and you can see like, oh yeah, you know, you have cooks and you have people that are actually managing stuff. But then I guess I hate the term. Then there's literal narrative dissonance with the gameplay, because you, the leader of the Inquisition, have to go pick your own damn flowers, have to go mine your own ore so that you can manually craft your own armor. You technically make your blacksmith do it, and I guess you just pick and choose what you want. But you have to be responsible for that, especially if you want the best and the good stuff. There is a war table option to do that, but like you don't get a choice of what kind of things you get from the war table. It's all random. So that's been my main issue. It's like, yes, like you're in charge of this army that does stuff off screen. It does the mundane stuff, but at the same time, you have to be in the middle of it. You have to go get your hands dirty.
How can Gaspard still be next in line while he wages war against his Empress?
The title Grand Duke indicates that he was a prince before the Empress took the throne.
Do we need to go to the peace talks? The Empress must have personal guards. We could just warn her she's in danger.
We've made the attempt, but
it seems that our messages never reached her. Someone intercepted them.
It's better that we don't leave this to chance. If Orlais falls to Corypheus, no land is safe.
Well, let's get going.
We shouldn't waste any time. Let's go to the Winter Palace.
As you can see, I have a mouse like so much power. It's not fun. Huh. Well, I'm definitely taking Dorian. And I'm taking Blackwell because I need a tank. Sad. Who do I want to take? Yeah, so a lot of people crap on Dragon Age or Dragon Age 2, and don't get me wrong, that game has it's not a very good game. It has so many issues, but I see what they wanted to do. I think they didn't want to create a blank character, and that's sort of what happens when you have to give people choices. And I think in Dragon Age 2 they tried to kind of rectify that by giving Hawke a personality, so he's either going to be diplomatic, humorous, or he's going to be serious. Or they, whatever gender you prefer. But it kind of didn't work out at the end. I personally blame the production thing. Let's take Sarah just to see. I've also been trying to play with this playthrough, play with characters I don't particularly much care for. I've never really cared for Sarah or Blackwall. Sarah's been kind of winning me over a little bit from my first playthrough. Blackwall, a little more, but not really as much. He still seems kind of bland, and I think that's by design because he's the phony, as I like to call him.
The political situation in Halam Shiral hangs by a thread. The Empress fears our presence could sever it. The Grand Duke is only too happy to have us at the ball as his guests, so our invitation comes from him. Whether we act as his allies or upset the balance of power, he gains an opportunity, if not a clear advantage.
And I'm gonna get
Inquisitor
dinged for
Adar,
being born the wrong
pleasure
race.
to meet you. Bringing the rebel mages into the ranks of your army was a brilliant move. Imagine what the Inquisition could accomplish with the full support of the rightful Emperor of Orlade.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't think you're gonna ever see that because it's always video games are power fantasy, so you're never gonna play as like the lonely like farmer. And even then, if you honestly, if you want a game like that, you should play a Wonder Song. You can find that on the PlayStation. I assume that you're probably messaging me on PlayStation. Well, you have PSN in your name, so I'm assuming you're on PlayStation. But you can get this game on PC too. It's called Wonder Song, and that sort of takes your, well, I guess the character isn't technically normal. He is a bar. Hello, Ishgray. But yeah, that one's sort of like you're somebody who wants to be the hero, but technically you're the hero of the game, but technically you're kind of not the hero of the story. You're not the antagonist, but you are somebody who wants to be the hero, though. And I recommend that game. It's got really good music, and it's got really good art style. But the reason why I don't think you'll ever see anything like that is because video games are power fantasy, and not to say that it couldn't be done. You couldn't be a hero, start from humble beginnings and do stuff, but sort of still end up being like a middleman. DOA, you never really... Yeah, I guess in DOA, there you go. DOA did a good job. You do kind of... Well, you sort of do become the hero and raise... I guess in Awakening, you are sort of the leader of like your own little group and your weird region thing. You're sort of like an Arl, but not really. Yeah, I guess I would agree with you. You're sort of middle management. You don't see too many games where you're middle management. I mean, Shepherd, I guess, kind of, but at the same time, you get the title where you're kind of... You're middle management, but you get to do whatever you want and make your own choices and stuff. You can choose to follow orders or not.
Which one was the rightful one again? I keep getting them confused.
If we keep watch, he may appear. Probably by the brandy. I am not a man who forgets his friends, Inquisitor. You
My
help
opinion.
me, I'll help you. Prepared to shock the Assembly by appearing as the guest of a hateful usurper, my lord? They will be telling stories of this into the next age.
I always like making my characters, and that's something I wish... I really wish that Andromeda had, was you can flirt with everybody, even if it's not a romance thing. My I wanted my option to be my choice of diplomacy to always be flirty. I wanted to role play as freaking Captain Kirk in that game and be like, I'm gonna bang every single alien. It's like, hey Archon, I'll show you how we uplift people in my country or my galaxy. Or whatever the hell he wanted to do.
I can't imagine that crowd has seen anything better than us in their entire lives.
I knew we would get along famously, Inquisitor. As a friend, perhaps there is a matter you could undertake this evening. This elven woman, Briala. I suspect that she intends to disrupt the negotiations. My people have found these ambassadors all over the fortifications. Sabotage seems the least of their crimes.
Tell me there's more to your suspicion than the elves were acting dodgy.
Yeah, that's why I gave him a porn stash.
Briala used to be a servant of Celine's. That is, until my cousin had her arrested.
The beards here look terrible, and my husband wanted me to shave it off for him because
if anyone in this room wishes
I started with for Christmas, so I kind of tried to like, let's give him a white beard and make him like Santa Claus. But it looks terrible, like the beard itself looks terrible. But I'm like, I'm keeping the porn stash.
I detest the game, but if we do not play it well, our enemies will make us look like villains. We're keeping the court waiting, Inquisitor. Shall we?
Is that the Inquisitor?
An ox? Impossible.
That's not the Inquisitor. It's just somebody's pet.
Oh, racism. I got my work cut out for me. So, if anybody ever looks at my previous streams, they're gonna see me complain about this. This is quest number 4 now. 4. Quest number 4.
Oh,
if I remember. Quest number 4, where a random woman lost her ring and I need to get it back for her.
Have you seen a ring? It is very important, and I need it back. It was a gift from the Countess Montbelliard, enchanted by the Fomari. I cannot go into the ball without it.
I know nobody's forcing me to play it, other than myself.
Its worth in coin is not as important as its social value. It was a gift from a member of the Council of Heralds.
It's fun to remember playing this, how bad this game is.
You will never forgive me. Not even if I
There
live
is
to be
fun.
1,000 years old.
Some of it is fun, but that doesn't mean there isn't bad parts to it.
What's your game? Are you trying to convince the Comtesse that you treasure her gift? Or just gain importance by getting the Inquisitor to run a menial errand for you?
Wink.
I assure you, the ring truly is lost, and I must find it or risk terrible repercussions. Should you happen upon it, I beg you, let me know.
My plot senses are tingling. It's over here. I could just sell it for later.
Maker, what am I going to do if I cannot find my ring?
Is this the ring you were looking for?
You are a treasure. I cannot
Hi.
believe you found
I
it. You
don't
have
so
saved
happy.
me a lifetime of
Hi.
mortification. How can I thank you enough?
Yeah, some of them had good ideas. Again, it's game mechanics like this. It's like, why are you bugging me with this? I'm the leader of the Inquisition. You know, you need me to go find a ring for you. Like, Dorian's thing is one thing, like his amulet, get it back because he wants it, and you're in love with him and you want to do something nice for him. That's fine. But then it's like, oh, I found this random lady out in the woods who wants her ring back. They lost it because XYZ, and it's like, I have more important things to do. Yeah, it's hard to mask small... yeah, and a lot of it's like you get like small numbers of influence. Like how does this help me? It sort of helps you in terms of like, I guess it would make people relate to you. It'd be like if you're running for mayor or some sort of public office and you go out there and you're shaking hands and kissing babies kind of thing. That's what I attribute it to, but it's at the same time, you're not running for office. At this point of the game, I'm the Inquisitor. People seem to be throwing themselves at me, so... And they seem to have some trust. And at this point, it really isn't so much about winning over small people. It's more about winning over bigger people and alliances. And I don't think you're going to do that by finding rings for random strangers.
We can only hope Celine prevails tonight. Gaspard will ruin us all.
Oh yeah, you gotta find these stupid little statue thingies. Actually, I think you can only find limited quantities of these statues.
Does anyone have a report on the casualties in the deaths?
The other thing that kind of annoys me about a lot of those small quests
Do you mind?
are
We don't wish to be disturbed.
the requisition quest. It's all like, hey, if you find these random objects, it would help our forces. It's like, wait a minute, why am I the one in charge to do that? Isn't that technically your job, like small but soldier person?
Interesting.
Why am I the one that's having to go find 10 elf roots and 5 blood lotuses?
My spies said the bodies were beyond counting.
Surely the Empress will put an end to the war tonight.
Pray, my friend. If the Maker does not hear us now, just pray.
Okay. Okay, why did I gain influence for that? Player always rolled the 20. Yeah, pretty much. In my cases, I tend to...
Where has that servant gone? Elves, always shirking their duties.
Racist. Yeah, although in my case, I always try to... I tend to find enjoyment in cheating the system. I pretty much like got my characters. I've figured out how to exploit in-game mechanics by to get like gold and levels a lot quicker. Yeah, it definitely, especially since I don't know, like there's cultural racism in terms of honestly all of this is crap. There's cultural racism in terms of like, you know, oh, Ferelden smells like Ferelden smells like wet dog kind of thing.
Inquisitor, a moment, if you please. I must warn you before
But then,
you go
of course,
inside.
there's different
How you speak
races
to
in
the
terms
court
of
is a
different
matter of
people.
life and death. It is
Versus,
no
I guess, in
simple
real
matter
life,
of etiquette and protocol.
we're all human and
Every
we just have
word,
different colored
every
skins and
gesture is
different
measured and
people that
evaluated
come from
for
different regions. Yep.
Don't they sound delightful? I'm shocked we haven't invited the court to dinner at Skyhold.
The game is like Wicked Grace played to the death. You must never reveal your cards. When you meet the Empress, the eyes of the entire court will be upon you. You are safer staring down Corypheus.
Yep.
You're just full of joy and light this evening.
Honestly,
Everything
social
will be fine.
repercussions. to me can be just as
watch over us all.
just as intimidating than having to fight somebody. My doggy.
Why are there so many elves here?
The Empress invited them. Be polite.
Getting papers in the ball. I probably should. I always need a guide for this area.
It'll take some time to get our men into the palace. I'll
Yeah,
alert you when we're
I
ready.
definitely would stare down. I'd rather stare down Corythius.
It will take some time to get our men into the palace. I'll alert you when we're ready.
I can hardly believe Gaspard and Celine are in the same room.
Grand Duchess Florian must have worked a miracle to get them here.
How could the Empress afford to renovate the palace without war going on?
I heard that it wasn't renovations at all. The palace was damaged by Gaspard's catapults.
He fired on the Winter Palace? That's monstrous.
Suspicious.
How long can Orzammar hold out with trade disrupted? We have reserves of food supplies to last a few months.
Strike
the king
sucks.
wants trade resumed before panic starts.
Let's see. I'm trying to remember how to do all of this. The door's locked. Oh yeah, I didn't go to that storage room, did I? Or did I? Nope, conveniently locked from the other side. Eavesdropping. Hello, Billy Goat.
Waste of time.
Of course.
I heard the great...
Interesting.
Like so much eavesdropping.
Waste of time.
Though technically I was eavesdropping earlier.
The guest wing is not open to the public at this time, Inquisitor.
Can Gaspard take the throne without the backing of the Council of Heralds?
He plans to take it by force. If the Council won't recognize him...
I went out to a Chinese buffet today and there was like this group of just old people discussing something. I don't know what the hell that was. It was just amusing watching them talk about whatever it is. Like they're planning some sort of event. It was just amusing them listening like, well, some of our people on the email thing are having trouble with attachments, so here's like the map and stuff. It's like kind of sad. At least they're trying to use technology instead of being technophobic.
And now presenting Grand Duke Gaspard de Chalon, and accompanying him, Lord Inquisitor Adar.
How formal.
Vanquisher of the rebel mages of Ferelden.
I'd be
Crusher of the
sweating
vile
myself.
apostates of the mage underground.
He is so full of it. That's not how it went.
Champion of the blessed Andraste herself.
Did you see their faces? Priceless.
Accompanying the Inquisitor, Lord Dorian Pavus, member of the Circle of Varantium, son of Lord Magister Hallwood Pavus of Azariel, Warden Blackwall of Valcheven, Constable of the Grey, bearer of the silver-right wings of valor, her ladyship, my bulls each, of course. Sir Callan Stanton Rutherford of Hunleaf, commander of the forces of the Inquisition, former Knight Commander of Kirkwall. Lady Liliana, Nightingale of the Imperial Court, veteran of the Fifth Light.
Yeah, I still have
Seneschal
trouble
of the
with Combs
Inquisition,
too.
and left hand of the Divine. And Lady Josephine Charette Montillier of Antiva City, Ambassador of the Inquisition.
Cousin, my dear sister.
Grand Duke, we are always honored when your
Actually,
presence graces our
I
court.
tend to have to hire people.
Don't waste my time with
I've hired
pleasantries,
people that
Celine.
are younger
We
than
have
me, and
business
it's
to conclude.
a
We
little
will meet for the
odd to me that they're
negotiations
not
after we have
all
seen
that,
to our other guests.
I guess, competent. And I was expecting their computer skills to be better than they are.
Lord Inquisitor, we welcome you
Oh,
to
it's
the
actually
Winter
interesting
Palace.
to see how some of
Allow
them
us to present
don't have
our
PCs
cousin,
at home, but
the
they
Grand
rely a
Duchess of
lot
Leeds,
on their phone
without
and how
whom
to
this gathering
access
would never
websites
have
and
been
stuff, and how
possible.
to sign up for
What an
benefits and things
unexpected
with
pleasure.
with
I
their
was not
phones.
aware the Inquisition
And that's
would
kind
be
of an
part of our
interesting
festivities. We will
change.
certainly speak later,
Even though
Inquisitor.
we're probably like
Your arrival at court
less
is
than
like
10
a
years
cool wind
difference.
on a summer's day.
Let's hope the breeze does not herald an oncoming storm.
Even the wisest mistake fair winds for foul.
So we gotta
We
be all
are at the
super
mercy of
polite
the
and be like,
skies,
"You're in
Inquisitor.
danger. You're gonna
How do
die."
you find Halam Shiral?
I went to the future and you were dead, and that marks like the end of the world.
I have no words to suffice. Halam Shiral has many beauties, and I couldn't do them justice.
Your modesty does you credit, and speaks well for the Inquisition. Feel free to enjoy the pleasures of the ballroom, Inquisitor. We look forward to watching you dance.
Inquisitor, a word when you have a moment.
Tell me, Yvette, how are my people? Are they in good health? Do they want?
Can you believe the Inquisition fill its ranks with apostates?
Mother is the same as always.
Meaning she's after you to do more work.
You always take her side.
I don't take her side. I happen to think, as she does, you might attend to more of the estate's duties. Also, do stop slouching.
I was complaining earlier that I'm helping Josephine, his family, even though they're pretty much indebted and stuff and rich, I'm helping the rich stay richer and the privileged stay privileged with her quest.
Oh, Josephine!
But I'm sympathetic to her because she's cool.
Inquisitor, please allow me to present to you my younger sister, Yvette Gabriella Montillier.
There can never be too many Lady Montilliers in Thedas, can there?
You look like a recycled asset.
Inquisitor, I've heard so much about you, but not as much as I want. Josephine writes, but she never tells me anything.
Well, yeah.
Is it true?
We have a don't ask, don't tell policy. No, we don't.
And orgies before you stop them.
Where did you hear such nonsense?
Everyone in Antiva says so. Is it true?
Of course, every word. Especially the parts where everyone was nude.
I knew it.
At least that's how it was in my head.
Which power should the Inquisition throw its weight behind?
Celine has held the throne successfully for years. I see no profit in ousting her. Gaspard has run
I like how just
military
one
campaigns,
night
but
can
never
change
a kingdom.
everything.
His transition would be, let us say, chaotic.
Which power should the Inquisition throw its weight?
Gaspard has run military campaigns, but never a kingdom. His transition would be...
Tell me about yourself, Lady Yvette. This is the first time I've encountered any of Josephine's family.
She would forget to mention the artists. I've been studying painting under Antiva's royal
What are you talking
tutors.
about? She has mentioned
You should
her.
be proud, Josie. I'm going to be
She called you a
exhibiting my work
daydreamer.
next season in the city's biggest salon.
Have you actually sat down and finished the painting yet?
I must wait for my inspiration.
And I must wait for your tutor's bills.
Enjoying the ball?
I see many of. The dancing is so dull, your worship. But the Empress's gallery is magnificent.
Yvette.
Sorry, Josie.
Go on, Josephine.
Half Royal must be empty. So many of the Empire's finest are in attendance. They've noticed the Empress paying you special attention, but they don't quite know how to take advantage of it yet. This uncertainty won't last long, I'm afraid.
This may be my only chance to hear about when Josephine was a girl.
Let's get some dirt on her.
She told you about when she was 10 and...
Yvette, stop.
Fine. What about when we were climbing the cliffs by the...
No.
She once told the Duke of...
Absolutely not.
She still plays with her doll collection when no one's looking.
Yvette! That's absurd. Absolutely preposterous.
It's cute.
I'll see you later.
Another time.
Is that him? Is it true the Inquisitor was headed out of the Fade by Andraste?
Queen Celine, not interactable yet. Yeah. I think I'm gonna try to get Empress Celine back with her jilted lover.
I'm afraid. Thank you.
But the timing is atrocious.
Why would she do such a thing now?
Inquisitor, did you need something? The sooner we track down this infiltrator, the better.
I already know who it is.
You have any advice?
Orlesian social events don't fall within my area of expertise.
Watch what you
There
say
are a
and
few
watch
here
what
we
you
can
do.
trust. Be careful.
Who do you think the Inquisition should support?
Gaspard's claim to the throne is fair. Orlais needs someone capable of responding to the crisis at hand. A military-minded leader seems the best option.
Of course, he would think military
You've
support is
attracted a
good.
following. Who are all these people?
I don't know, but they won't leave me alone.
I take it you're not enjoying yourself.
At this point, the headache I'm developing is preferable to the company.
Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary?
Poor Colin.
Not yet. It would be easier if people would stop talking to me. Other people. Not you.
We'll talk later.
I await your suit.
I can see why people would like to romance Colin. He's cool.
Laurent was the love of my life. You remember my husband? Poor darling. Killed in a war with Ferelden. Perhaps we can speak later, Inquisitor.
Okay. He's so fancy. Random squirrels.
I had hoped to tour the Royal Wing Gardens again.
I have heard they are the finest
Yeah.
in the Empire.
He's a sheep.
Such a pity.
As a
the
bastard.
museum.
Extra toes. What a fun, close marrying crowd.
Making any new friends?
Not likely. I'm watching them watch you. They're all glances and titters. Not sure if they're allowed to like you yet. Pathetic.
Any hidden treasures from friends of your little network?
You mean, do any of the servants ferrying tarts between these windy tits hate them enough to give up a stash or two?
Yes.
I'm not saying yes, but wait, yes I am. There's some good stuff hidden around. Keep an eye out.
Any thoughts on who we're investigating?
The Empress is pretty. It'd be fun to drink and kill stuff with Gaspard. Briala is friggin' funny. Elves, elves, elves. But it's really a pissing match with an old lover. Don't know the rest, but that explains a lot. They're all lying, but Celine's nice to look at. Good thing we're here to save her neck.
Back soon.
Ooh, Sarah has the hots for Celine.
Have you heard from your nephew?
Not since his regiment joined the fight.
Are you happy to see me at all, Francis?
Is the door open? Nope.
Does anyone have a report on the casualties?
God, everybody wearing the same dress. Although I do have to admit, like, I do enjoy, like, the men's outfit. That's something I don't particularly like in our culture in America. It's like, when you go to, like, social events like this, where everyone has to be dressed up fancy and stuff, like, the women get to dress up with pretty dresses and whatnot. Yeah, Empress Celine, yeah, I guess I could see that she's cute. Although I don't really see her a lot without the mask, just some of, like, the concept art. But, like, women get to dress up with as flamboyant as they want with these extravagant dresses and whatnot.
Good.
But
I was hoping
the men always have to wear, like, these tuxedos or suits and stuff, and they're always the same. Like, never anything,
The
like,
ambassador's up to
bold.
something
And I don't
that
mean just
she
changing
can't
the
be off
color of the tuxedo to
best
something,
place to strike at
a bold
Celine
color.
is from
Like,
her side.
wear something really different.
Empress Celine is
It-
fascinated
you're
by
always
mysticism.
you're always stuck with, like, a
Foreseeing the
jacket and
future, speaking
and
with the dead,
pants and
that sort of
slacks.
rubbish. She has an occult advisor, an apostate who charmed the Empress and key members of the court as if
And
by
enter
magic.
Morgan.
I've had dealings with her in the past. She is ruthless and capable of anything.
Yes, but holy shit, you're, like, making her out to, like, the way she talks about Morgan here. You can even if you get, like, all their approvals up, and they never have really much cared for each other, but I don't think I ever would consider them embittered towards each other. She sounds like she's like, oh my god, this Morgan, like, she killed my pet Nug. I'm like, why are you talking so harshly about Morgan? She helped save the world.
How can Celine openly keep an apostate in the Imperial Court?
Yeah, I guess people
The
are simple.
Imperial Court has always had an official position for a mage. Before now, it was little better than court jester.
Why am I
Vivian
wearing this
was the
extravagant
first
dress?
to turn
Because I don't get
appointment
invited
into
to
a source
parties,
of
that's
real
why.
political power. When the circles rebelled, technically every mage became an apostate. The word lost much of its strength.
You think she's controlling the minds of the court? That's powerful blood magic.
She's worth investigating. Can't be sure of anything here. Both leads point toward the guest wing.
Yeah, I
It's
agree.
a promising place to start. I'll coordinate
But
with
I
our
guess
spies
I
to
think
see
men
if I
still
can
need
find anything
to
better.
move
I will
past,
be in
like,
the ballroom if you
wanting
need me.
being judged on how they dress and stuff. Kind of like reflecting their masculinity or their machismo. Alright, part 3. That's the cutscene. I'll go back afterwards. Source max marker, I see. Below the stairs, there's a statue. Okay, just looking at some tips to try to get my approval up, because I really don't have much patience for the game.
Don't I know you from somewhere? Ah. Lord Rudal de Langres. I've seen you in his company before, no?
I don't think we've met, my lord. I'm just a Grey Warden.
The phony.
Grey Warden? Odd. Your face is so familiar. Around the eyes, especially. Perhaps without that beard? More wine. It will come to me.
Oh. Okay.
I'm ready for anything. Just give the word.
What do you think about all the scheming and politics?
I think I'd rather be anywhere else. Let's save the Empress and get back to where things make sense. Say what you want about Celine's ascension. She stole the throne? She seduced her way to it? Who cares?
She got there
In the
where she
years
got
since,
there.
She's proven she is a perfect mix of strength, cunning, and grace.
Rumors
all he
and
needs.
being neutral,
Gaspard,
yeah.
you may as well crown a bull if he wins.
So,
So you're saying we should put a crown on Iron Bull?
What did you get that for?
And then call him the Emperor of Orlais.
Care to elaborate?
It was a long time ago. Back when we didn't stop to boast about past victories when there was an assassin on the loose.
What's the word? Seen anything yet?
Nothing. Wherever our enemy is, he's keeping out of sight.
Actually,
Well, I
she's
have a
hiding in
moment.
plain
Is there anyone
sight.
here I should question?
I'm not well acquainted with Orlesian nobility.
Sure you're not.
They rarely welcome
Wink.
Grey Wardens coming in with the right of conscription.
Wait for my signal.
Ah.
Leave us.
Go away. Trophy room lock with the Mass Effect reference there with the Krogan head.
Interesting.
The package is in the guest wing. Upper room.
The one of the garden. Statuette.
Interesting.
More eavesdropping. Which I don't think it's gonna matter.
Well, that's useful.
Is it?
Gaspard is wasting his time.
I've never sat through and tried to like collect 30 secrets. That just seems so tedious. Like, who would find that fun?
Well, well, the Inquisitor. Here as a guest of my nephew, no less. How curious.
I didn't know the Grand Duke was your nephew.
He's my brother's eldest boy. Always a difficult child, Gaspard. Never listened, never did what he was told.
Sounds like he needs a good spanking.
He was raised a prince. All his life we told him he would be emperor. It was his
I
destiny,
think
his duty.
I'm pretty sure my first
What
time
else
that
should
I
he do with
played,
his life, if not
I was a
fight for his
dwarf,
destiny?
and I think I managed to get myself kicked out. Because I'm like, I'm gonna do what I want. Like, screw you guys. I actually, that's actually kind of a good thing. Like, you have to play by the games by. I don't mean this game's rules. I mean like by Orlesian the game rules. It's like you can't just come in here to our house and do whatever you want and say whatever you feel like. You have to play the game, as irritating as that is, and you're trying to save the world and protect the queen. If you end up getting like zero approval core thing, you get kicked out, and you get a game over screen saying that you guys got kicked out and the queen got killed, and you failed. Although when I recall, they said there were going to be like 40 different variant endings and shit. I would assume they would count that as one. It's like, well, you lost and you failed.
What can you tell me about the Civil War?
If you are hoping for insight, you've come to the wrong man. It's war. It is brutal, and terrible, and sometimes necessary. There's nothing more to say.
I can't
Have you noticed
imagine
anything strange this evening?
when it comes to Civil War. I
Furia
can't
hasn't
imagine if
spoken to
like
me all evening.
America had like another Civil War like over the presidency. Like, do you imagine if like there was a Civil War over, say, like Al Gore and George W. Bush's like dispute over who won the election? It's like that just
Another
seems kind
time,
of
my lord.
ridiculous. sure what the hell these coins are for. I think you throw them in the fountain and that somehow raises your approval or something. So I guess they give you a lot of things to boost your approval.
Useful.
Oh look.
You don't want to be here, stranger.
That's not suspicious at all. Wonder if that's
made the pickup. It's been hours.
You went into the servants' wing. Nobody's come out of there all night.
I'll tell Brianna we have a situation.
I wonder if that's like part of the game. It's like, oh, we wouldn't acknowledge something unsavory like
hours
that.
ago, dallying with some serving girl while I deal with Gaspard's vitriol.
Awfully selfish of this Philippe, running off to play and leaving you with all the work.
I've half a mind to inform the Dowager. That would teach him to shirk his duties to roll some elven maid. Tonight of all nights, leaving me to
They may be
Gaspard's
racist,
death
but they
threats to the
sure
council.
don't have anything
Wonderful
against
timing.
betting an elf.
Thank you for listening to me rant. You are too kind, Inquisitor.
Like crap, that gave me a ton of approval.
Interesting.
What's
Did
interesting?
you hear what Gaspard said to Duke Germain? His own uncle.
Germain bore his nephew's spite better than the rest of the council. Did you see that panicked attaché roaming about?
Imperial Guard.
This way is closed. Please, use the main entrance to the
Yeah,
ballroom.
considering that there's wood and stuff. Actually, I don't think I want to jump out the window.
Did I see you talking to Duke Cyril de Montfort?
I was merely being polite. Unlike some people.
Well, well.
Yeah, I figured. That makes sense, because you're one of
this?
us. I find it interesting just how being a child of the 90s, and you get kind of raised to think that race doesn't matter, but I guess it really does. People always have some sort of preconceived notions about you based on your appearance. I mean, even I have them. But I always try not to even, I guess, see race. It doesn't even occur to me. Well, it's like how a lot of people would. A lot of Hispanic people approach me and assume that I speak Spanish just based on my appearance because I look Hispanic, which I am Hispanic and I do speak Spanish. Yes. Well.
Anybody want a dog?
No. Yeah, traditionalism. But I like how no one's commenting on this blood. It's all like, oh, just gotta ignore it. Yeah. My dog is just being a
My
pain.
lord! My Lord Inquisitor!
She's always been very
May we
picky
have a
about what
word?
she eats.
It is very important. The
We
Empress
just
has
got her
sent
new
us with
food
a
today, and
message for
she's
you.
like, yeah, I'm not gonna eat it.
How can I be certain this message is from the Empress?
We three wear the masks of House Valmont.
They signify that we are public faces of the Empress.
Sure.
They are
I'll take your
also
word for that.
extremely fashionable.
Funny that she couldn't give me this message when we spoke.
Oh, she could not speak freely in front of the entire court, Inquisitor.
Oh, no duh.
Empress Celine is eager to assist the Herald of Andraste in his holy endeavor.
She will pledge her full support to the Inquisition as soon as the usurper Gaspard is defeated.
Let me guess. All she wants in return is for me to help her defeat the
Yeah,
Duke.
I got 2 dogs.
This is not
I had
meant as a
3, but
bargain by
last year
any
one of
means,
my dogs
Inquisitor.
that we put down.
The
He's
support of the
poor
Empress
boy.
is not conditional. It will be yours once the negotiations are concluded.
The Empress is the most skilled diplomat in Thedas. Gaspard is hopelessly out of his depth.
But we have taken enough of your time.
Big diplomat, and yet he couldn't.
Enjoy
She
the
couldn't prevent
masquerade,
this war.
Inquisitor.
Sure. Yeah. And now it's that time. It's almost been a year now. I can't believe it's been almost a year. Oh. That's some mad skills. Oh, there we go. Hey, Dorian.
This is all so familiar. I half expect my mother to materialize from the crowd and criticize my manners.
Is this how the elite of Tevinter carry on?
You could almost mistake this for a soiree in the Imperium. The same double-dealing, elegant poison canapes.
It's like I'm able to play the loop by just holding it in my hands, not even playing it.
Have you seen anything I should know about?
I'm trying to keep watch for magic. You know Tevinters. We can't cross a room without casting a spell. If there are Tevinter agents here, we'll find them.
What if your mother were actually here? Where would we be then?
Short one mage after he's dragged out by his earlobe.
I'm having difficulty picturing that.
Picture me a young boy of 5 years then. She certainly always has.
I appreciate that you were willing to come here.
And expose myself to all this exquisite finery and exotic wines? Such hardship.
Not everyone's likely to be friendly. That's all I meant.
It's true. You'd think I smelled of cabbages the way they wrinkle their noses. It's of no concern, but thank you.
Did you need something?
No.
Are all the Delancey's here? Maker, I hope not.
Interesting.
You must be mistaken.
No, I'm quite certain it was blood on the tiles.
If they're playing the game, they're not doing it very well. You don't leave evidence if you play to win.
With Gaspard and that elf woman here, the only one playing to win is Celine.
Crappy loot. Another one of these. I know you don't want to just climb willy-nilly because everyone will look at you and be like, oh yeah. Oh, that Inquisitor is such a barbarian climbing the furniture. There's blood. Blood everywhere.
Good to know.
There's something here I'm supposed to be able to pick up.
Gaspard is wasting his time. Nothing he does could win over the Council of...
Need more servers in the ballroom. Please, everybody.
Upper guest wing.
We are not serving drinks. Bother someone else.
Rude. Whisper, whisper.
Good to know.
Hi. Are you not playing? Are you not eating?
Just gossip.
I don't think I can just stroll on in.
barium trade dropped off so sharp. My contact said there's a new supplier, but we can't track down who it might be.
Well, she'll be here. Liliana. Sarah. Where'd she disappear to? Next to Kaufman. Yep, gonna bribe my way into the court.
The Dowager is upset about the soup.
I still remember the day they came to tell me that my second husband, Philippe, was thrown from his horse.
Look at Lady Cambien's slippers, trimmed with pearls and emeralds. And these buckles. Toss her into the lake and she'll sink right to the bottom. What a disaster.
There's a Tevinter assassin on the loose, and you're concerned about buckles. On shoes.
Shoes!
Everyone needs a hobby. Besides, you can learn a great deal about a person from their clothing. Gold and jewels on a dancing slipper. A slipper is easily lost and finds itself in the dust and dirt. She is unconcerned with the possibility of losing the shoe or soiling it. A vulgar display of wealth. But Lady Cambien's family has recently lost most of its holdings. They have their title, but little else. So, how did Cambien acquire such a grand shoe, What has she done? Who has she bedded?
Ooh.
These are all useful questions, no?
You're different here than in Skyhold.
Yeah, it's almost like you suddenly became the Liliana of
This is
Dragon
Halam
Age
Shiral,
Origins.
Inquisitor. This is the Imperial Court.
Young and hopeful.
This is the beating heart of the great
Or,
game.
depending on
everyone
your
is wearing a
perspective,
mask.
young and
I
deluded.
learned this very young. I was still a girl when I attended my first ball. All this, the smiles, the small talk, it is a dance. And like any dance, it can be learned. For some of us, it has become so familiar that the steps may be performed in our sleep.
Who do you think the Inquisition should support?
What we need most of all is a stable Orlais. Either Celine or Gaspard can give us that.
I found this out. I'm not sure of its value.
It's just pretty much my only choices unless I want to get
It may not help
Gaspard to
our
work with the
investigation, but
elf
we can
lady.
put it to use. A little more dirt like this, and we might have some leverage in the court. If you find more, let me know.
Have you seen anything interesting?
Oh yes. Halam Shiral is lousy with scandals and scheming. But no sign of our Tevinter infiltrator, I'm afraid.
I should go. Be on your guard.
I always am.
My approval is number 69. Oh, alright. Alright, so... let's see. I guess I should probably go back to that curtain and climb up there. Although, I'll start losing approval.
I don't like that Grand Duke. Nobody should always know how to see them.
If I have to clean up
I didn't expect the Inquisitor to be so...
Nobody watch me. I guess I didn't lose approval. Although I think this is like stupid. It's like, huh, no one's seen the Inquisitor. How do they know that I'm not on like some other side of the Chalice. Alright. Well, thank you for stopping by, Wu20 Luhan 20 PSN. It was nice chatting with you. And have a good night. My plot senses detected this. Oh. It's like, I think there's a puzzle here or something. Lady M, I need you by my side. Oh. Master Celine has mastered the art of veil fire. Ooh. Oh, the light as if flies only one direction, it's the life path forward. I'm just gonna honestly look up the solution, because I really don't want to be bothered with this. Stop ringing. Nope. So it's just this? Nope. I don't think there's anything useful in here. Ooh, actually that might be somewhat useful. It's a recipe. That's pretty useful too. I guess this is her secret vault of magical trinkets. I need to be a thief for that. I wonder if they just expect you never to go to the bathroom. It's like, oh no, no one's seen the Inquisitor. He might have had to go take a pee. scandalous. The Inquisitor pees like a normal person.
Well, that's useful.
Oh, guess I was supposed to go through that other door. Whee. What I have to say, the architecture is pretty cool.
You only say that because you fancy the Empress's pet apostate. It sickens me to think of the chaos those malefic...
Where is the statue? Oh, there it is. Hiding place. Oh. Documents. Briala. The bells.
That's the bell. I should get back to the ball.
Whee. Guess we'll see what Morgan has to say. Teleport people.
Well, well. What have we here? The leader of the new Inquisition.
Holy crap.
Fabled herald
I heard.
of the
She was
faith.
talking to me
Delivered
from
the
all the way
grasp of
across
faith
that
by
hallway.
the hand of blessed Andraste
That was a
herself.
door at the other end. It's just like,
What
well,
could bring
well,
such an exalted
well.
creature here to the Imperial Court, I wonder? Do even you know?
It's a mystery.
We may never know. Courtly intrigues and all that.
Such intrigues obscure much, but not all. I am Morrigan. Some call me advisor to Empress Celine on matters of the arcane. You have been very busy this evening, hunting in every dark corner of the palace. Perhaps you and I hunt
no dark
the
corner of this
same
palace will
prey.
stop my search for booty. Take that for what you will. Conversation. Okay.
I don't know. Do we?
You are being coy.
I'm being careful.
Not unwise, here of all places. Allow me to speak first, then. Recently I found and killed an unwelcome guest within these very halls. An agent of Tevinter. So I offer you this, Inquisitor. A key found on the Tevinter's body. Where it leads, I cannot say. Yet, if Celine is in danger, I cannot leave her side long enough to search. You can.
I kind of do like where Morgan ended up. I think it's kind of a cool story arc for her, even though she doesn't really change in terms of a person. Not all that much anyways.
You left Celine alone. Is that wise?
I must return to her anon, but she is safe enough, for the moment. 'Twould be a great fool who strikes at her in public in front of all her court and the Imperial
Her cousin
Guard.
will do that anyways.
What's your interest in protecting Empress Celine? Are you her bodyguard?
Do I seem a bodyguard to you? If anything were to happen to Celine, eyes would turn first to her occult advisor, even if they knew otherwise. There are sharks in the water, and I will not fall prey to them. Not now, not ever.
Why did you kill the agent? He might have had useful information.
I would not have slain the man on sight had he not attacked me first. Why? Undoubtedly, I caught him in an illicit act. I did not know from whence he came until after the battle, and regret only that I could not capture him alive. What intentions the Imperium has here, I suspect you know far better than I.
Your arm is clipping through your dress. How do you do that?
Briala's people are whispering about disappearances in the servants' quarters. This key may lead there.
The ambassador does have eyes and ears everywhere, does she not? Proceed with caution, Inquisitor. Enemies abound, and not all of them aligned with Tevinter. What comes next will be most exciting.
Tee. I kind of like how. Know what happens if she gets.
Was that Inquisition officer over there? You'll never get to talk to him. He wouldn't even dance with the Comtesse d'Argent.
Maximilian swept me off my feet. It was such scandal.
Mistress...
Marriage to a man almost
So many
my
crimes
age.
of fashion.
I found this out. I'm not sure of its value.
They'll never live this down.
Blackmail and scandal.
Why would the Empress invite that elf woman?
The game, of course. Celine has something up her sleeve.
Inquisitor, to what do we owe this honor?
We are always delighted to speak with you, of course. Her Imperial Majesty is unfortunately
I'm constantly
occupied at
trying to get
present.
into place.
My investigations turned up something interesting. If the evening ends favorably for the Empress, how does the Inquisition benefit?
Her Imperial Majesty brings the might of the Olesian Empire with her friendship.
She is also a respected diplomat and world leader. She can forge alliances for you with Rivain, Antiva, the Underfells.
And she throws the best parties.
I'd like to know more about the negotiations. It seems strange to hold peace talks during a ball.
It does.
Do your people have no customs surrounding great occasions? How sad.
By Orlesian tradition, moments of great solemnity are celebrated with revels and feasts.
While joyous occasions are given time for reflection and contemplation.
We must never forget that life is both bitter and sweet.
The ball is an opportunity to celebrate life and hope for the future, while we mourn those killed in the war.
Even though we don't act like it.
What is the Empress trying to accomplish with the negotiations?
Peace is her only objective, Inquisitor.
Gaspard and Briala are driven by personal ambitions, but those desires threaten the safety of all Orlesians.
The war must end tonight. We must conclude this to deal with the larger crisis.
What can you tell me about the other parties involved in the talks?
Gaspard is a decorated general, much beloved by the Imperial Army, and a legend among chevaliers.
He is better suited to the battlefield than the throne, and he would gladly make his palace a war camp.
He's also fiendishly charming.
Lady Briella has great intentions to change the lives of the elves for the better.
Even if her plans could never work and would only provoke hate crimes against alienages.
She is an idealist, but her lack of patience could prove disastrous.
Nothing will change if you don't try. Yeah.
Perhaps you could tell me something then. We haven't been properly introduced.
I think she's trying to get into
How
place,
rude of
but
us
the
to
other two are
forget.
blocking her.
My Lord Inquisitor, allow me to present Lady Couteau.
And Lady Colombe.
And of course, Lady Fleur. We are the Empress's ladies-in-waiting.
Waiting for what?
I'd like to know more about Empress Celine.
Her Majesty has held the throne since she was just 16 years old.
She is respected and beloved, not just in Orlais, but across Thedas.
She doesn't care much for liver, and she drinks her tea black.
I don't think we have like a
Good evening.
world
Until
leader
next
that's
time, Inquisitor.
beloved like that.
Do take care.
Enjoy the masquerade!
Honestly, I would almost want to say maybe Bill Clinton and maybe Obama.
Inquisitor Adar. The stories claimed you were barely capable of speech.
What?
You've charmed some of the nobles. We'll see how long you can keep their favor. What brings you to me?
I want to know more about the peace talks. What can you tell me about Celine and Gaspard?
Gaspard is a warmonger. He served in the war against Ferelden and fought a dozen skirmishes on the Navarran border. He's a simple man. Simple men aren't hard to manipulate. Celine is the voice of reason in the Empire.
I could make a
But
joke
reason is
about
cautious.
Trump
Reason
right now,
looks for
but I
compromise. Reason doesn't choose radical change, however sorely it may be needed.
I had a question about you, Briala.
I'm an elf, Inquisitor. That should tell you everything you need to know about my life.
Again, with
I'm
the,
good at what I do. And
with
so the
the,
matters. I will
few
help my people no
judgments.
matter the cost.
I've been told you were romantically involved with the Empress.
I didn't take you for a gossip monger, Inquisitor. I suppose your spies have already briefed you, so there's no point in pretending. Yes, Celine and I were lovers once, but we've gone our separate ways now.
What's your story? How was an elf invited to the Empress's ball as an ambassador?
Empress Celine and I have history.
wink.
There was a time when I put my spies at her disposal. She knows my qualifications. We had a falling out. Now we are negotiating to determine whether I return to her side in the war.
I'm just kind of looking up the way to try to bring these two back together. Okay, so I have to find some locket, essentially.
What do you mean we had a falling out?
She betrayed me. Turned me over to the guards on a trumped-up charge to save her political reputation. It wasn't personal. It's the game. That's how all Orlesians justify these things to themselves. It wouldn't do to let the court know she had an elven friend.
Yes. I might not
If
be
she doesn't
able to
win you
get
back
this
to her
anymore.
side, what do you intend to do?
I have contingency plans. I'm not a child putting all my hopes on a single ball. This evening gives me access to Duke Gaspard. He's challenging. Not as progressive or persuadable as his cousin. But with time and sufficient blackmail, he might work with us.
You just told me you have reason to betray the Empress.
I know it's incriminating. Few harbor more resentment against Celine than I. But if she died after inviting me here, the court would certainly pin her death on me. An elf assassinating the Empress? Alienages across Orlais, across all Thedas, would be purged. That cannot happen.
The slums or the Andalusians sound like projects.
You might be interested in what I've found.
I don't even think I have to
Another
bother with them.
Duke Gaspard has made a fortune.
You have such beautiful hair.
My dear Maximilian, et de faux chevaliers
Where are Alban and Colette?
Who cares?
Right, I think we're ready.
This could be worth checking out.
Caught in the middle of this crap. What fully qualified arsehole stops to kill a cook?
I gotta think I keep doing anything better. Nope, that's not his. Here we go. It's gotta show off his fabulous nipples. And Mr. Phony gets his armor. I'll have their accessories on. You could probably use better accessories, but we'll deal with that now.
Must be the elves Briala's people are looking for.
Whoever did this ought to be down here somewhere.
And I guess everyone leveled up at some point? Huh. Climb on the barrel, maybe. Nope. I think I'd be able to just use my magic to, like, knock it down or something. This game is not a platformer and it's not very good as one. There we go. Haha.
There must be something here.
That's kind of weird. There's just a ledge.
This was no servant. What was he doing here?
This guy's way too fancy to belong down here. What's his story?
That knife bears a Shalon family crest. Gaspard's crest.
Time to have a word with the Duke.
Clown assassins.
Predatory agents! The Venatori were watching this approach. They're organized.
That's a fruit. Unity, fire. Good herbs. How the hell has nobody noticed any of this? You think of someone who did this into the White House, they'd probably do. Someone would at least take a notice. The Queen's Secret Service needs improvement. Oh, what's going on with you there, Sarah? I like how our bodies just dematerialize, but all the ones they killed are just still lying where they were. I still haven't gotten a specialization yet. Walking bomb.
Fancy meeting you here.
Late to the party.
Shouldn't you be dancing, Inquisitor? What will the nobility say?
No doubt there's a line of people breathlessly waiting for dances with me.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was. You clean this place out. Will take a month to get all the Tevinter blood off the marble. I came down to save or avenge my missing people. But you've beaten me to it. So, the Council of Herald's emissary in the courtyard. That's not your work, is it?
He was dead when I arrived.
I expected as much. You may have arrived with the Grand Duke, but you don't seem to be doing his dirty work. I knew he was smuggling his chevaliers. But killing a council emissary? Bringing Tevinter assassins into the palace? Those are desperate acts. Gaspard must be planning to strike tonight.
Are you sure he's behind this? He was too easygoing for a man plotting treason.
Don't let his charm blind you. He's Orlesian. That smile is his mask. I misjudged you, Inquisitor. You might just be an ally worth having. What could you do with an
Everyone
army of
misjudges
elven
me.
spies at your disposal? You should think about it.
You know how to make a sales pitch, Ambassador, I'll give you that.
I do, don't I? I know which way the wind is blowing. I'd bet coin that you'll be part of the peace talks before the night is over. And if you happen to lean a little bit our way, it could prove advantageous to us both. Just a thought.
Does it seem strange
There's
that
no
every single
consequence.
person at this party has tried to bribe us?
There's so much conniving and backstabbing here. Makes me homesick.
Oh, I think it's just pointing me downstairs. So I need to get back to the party. Oh, hey, I guess I could get
The Empress can't give up her pretty things.
A token of affection from happier times. Celine must still care for Briala.
Oh, I thought I needed a lot more than that. I guess not. Life has no consequence. Yeah. Yeah, I tend to... I try not to judge people.
We'll hold the area.
But granted, I tend not to get along with a lot of people. Pretty much all I do aside from playing video games is work, and my work tends to put off people. Then again, I guess most people don't want to hear you talk about the social woes that you're dealing with. The trophy room. Yeah, they do.
Interesting.
Is it true what they say? You're the Inquisitor, are you not? We heard stories of your accomplishments.
Oh, the stories I can tell.
I'd wager I have better tales than anything you've heard.
I told you, Philippe.
Not everyone fights an archdemon and lives to tell. It's an inspiration.
If you'd like, Commander Cullen could give you all the details of that battle. He's in the ballroom.
Really? But I shouldn't leave my post.
You'd only be
Yeah,
gone
I think
a
most
moment.
gamers are chill, although
The world is coming to an end.
I don't know.
If we don't hear his
A lot
story now, we
gamers
will never
can
have
be-
a chance.
You're right. Thank you.
I think they're just as diverse in terms of views and stuff. Not some of them can be cool, some of them can be kind of hateful. Closed-minded, surprisingly.
There must be something here.
A Krogan. Just a Krogan Easter egg. Unknown monstrous beast taken in a hunt. Which everyone likes to point to, like, oh my god, they're in the same universe. Which they're not, it's just a fun Easter egg. Secret trade agreements. Orders. Okay, now it's... Oh. Another coin. Frostbite engine. Yeah. That's a thing. BioWare does... I don't think BioWare has really committed to
I had no idea.
a set canon. Oh yeah, that's shippers. I think BioWare has its own canon because of course, you kind of have to have a canon if you're going to make a supplemental material. Like I know there's the comic with Varric and Isabella and King Alistair. So obviously, Alistair had to survive at some point and had become king for that canon to be true. So I think now I have to go dance with our true nemesis. And in terms of shippers, I don't know. Like I've never really. I have my own like.
Briefly. I am
my own
Grand
preferences
Duchess
in shippers,
Floriane de
but I can
Chalon.
see either
Welcome
or.
to my party.
I don't hold. Well, I don't hold any shipping one above the other in terms of which one would be canonical or whatnot. I can see some of them being more likely to be canonical than others, but that tends mostly to be about how much writing and how much effort goes into them from like the original concepts. Because obviously, like, take Mass Effect for instance, like it seems like Liara's romances are a bit more shaped up than all the other ones, so I feel like that's probably saying more on BioWare that they prefer that that particular shipping pair than maybe all the other ones.
Why am I not at all surprised that you want to see me now?
That's all fantasy.
This is Orlais, Inquisitor. Nothing happens by accident. I believe
Molly,
tonight
you look
you and I are
old,
both
lady.
concerned
I
by
don't
the
remember her
actions
face
of
looking so old.
a certain person.
I mean,
Come,
she was older,
dance
but not
with
like
me.
so wrinkly.
Spies will not hear us on the dance floor.
Very well. Shall we dance, Your Grace?
I'd be delighted.
I was just reading that you get -10 disapproval if you're
The
if you're a
Talvashov are highly
female
known for
inquisitor. It's like
political
two women
Just what
dancing, how
interest do you have
scandalous!
in our
Ooh.
little war?
I assure you, the effects of this war reach far beyond the borders of the Orlesian Empire.
Perhaps it does. I should not be surprised to find the Empire is the center of everyone's world.
It took great effort to arrange tonight's negotiations. Yet one party would use this occasion for blackest treason. The security of the Empire is at stake. Neither one of us wishes to see it fall.
Do we both want that, Lady Floriane?
I hope we are of one mind on this.
In times like these, it's hard to tell friend from foe. Is it not, Your Grace?
I know you arrived here as a guest of my brother Gaspard, and have been everywhere in the palace. You are a curiosity to many, Inquisitor, and a matter of concern to some.
Am I the curiosity or the concern to you, Your Grace?
A little of both, actually. This evening is of great importance, Inquisitor. I wonder what role you
the
will
clipping,
play.
it's trying so
Do you
hard.
even yet know who is friend and who is foe? Who in the court can be trusted?
I trust no one.
If I've learned anything, Your Grace, it is to put my trust in no one.
In the Winter Palace, everyone is alone. It cannot have escaped your notice that certain parties are engaged in dangerous machinations tonight.
I thought dangerous machinations were the national sport in Orlais.
Sucking up, yay.
You have little time. The attack will come soon. You must stop Gaspard before he strikes. In the Royal Wing Garden, you will find the captain of my brother's mercenaries. He knows all Gaspard's secrets. I'm sure you can persuade him to be forthcoming.
We'll see what the night has in store, won't we?
Oh hey, I got my approval all the way up.
You'll be the talk of the court for months. We should take you dancing more often.
I'd happily do more dancing. Just not with Corypheus.
I promise not to invite him to your next ball.
Were you dancing with Duchess Florian?
More importantly, what happened in the servants' quarters? I heard there was fighting.
I hope you have good news. It appears the peace talks are crumbling.
Morrigan helped me get into the servants' quarters where I found a group of Venatori and Gaspard's dagger.
The man would truly do anything to become Emperor.
Then, the attack on the Empress will happen tonight.
Warning Celine is pointless. She needs these talks to succeed, and to flee would admit defeat.
Then perhaps we
so
should
many
let her
social
die.
games.
I won't stand by and let her die.
Listen to me carefully, Inquisitor. What Corypheus wants is chaos. Even with Celine alive, that could still happen. To foil his plan, the Empire must remain strong. This evening, someone must emerge victorious.
And it doesn't need to be Celine. She's right.
Do you realize what you're suggesting, Leliana?
Sometimes the best path is not the easiest one.
My.
You're asking me to decide what's best for Orlais.
More than that. Whoever controls the Imperial
Oh,
throne will
here we
affect
are
all of
again,
Thedas.
being the top.
You cannot stop
Gonna make
Corypheus
this-
without a decision. You must support
Here,
someone.
here
or
I
all is
am.
lost.
Then we should support Celine.
So this is kind of
She
like
is
a
the rightful
weird
ruler.
choice,
Why
if
would
you
we
think
say
about it.
otherwise?
So here I
Because she
am,
led
a
Orlais to this
foreigner,
point. I say
someone
Gaspard,
who's not of
provided
this
his
country.
sister
I
is
am
wrong
making
about him.
this
I would
radical
suggest
change
Briala.
to another
She could
country's
bring true
leadership.
peace, not only to
It-
the Empire,
me,
but also
like,
to its elves.
I
This is,
mean, I might have
however,
to take
your
into
decision,
account, but like,
Inquisitor, not ours.
I'm changing the government structure of another country. It's like power fantasy.
I can't decide this. Not yet.
You must. Even inaction is a decision, Inquisitor.
You could speak to Celine in the ballroom, but she won't act. Not without proof.
If Gaspard is guilty, he'll admit nothing. If he's innocent, he knows nothing. We need the truth.
What did Duchess Florian tell you?
She said Gaspard's mercenary captain is in the Royal Wing. That he knows about the assassination.
Which could be a trap.
Or a lead. Either way, you should search the private quarters in that wing for clues.
Then get me access. And in the meantime, get your soldiers into position.
At once. Be careful, Inquisitor.
Do Gaspard wants another rattle and bread? We'd better have 2 or 3 at the ready.
Yeah.
Mistress Nightingale, what a pleasure to see you again. You look radiant.
Marquis, it's been far too long. How's your family in Valchevin?
No complaints, my dear, no complaints.
Although,
You must come to the chateau to see the girls. They will be
I don't know. It's
overjoyed.
when you think about it in
very
terms of
much.
like video game mechanics, it's
Sylvie
almost
must be
kind of
10
easy
now,
to get
no?
someone to like you.
11.
You essentially
Up
have
my
to
elbow. Oh, how they grow.
learn what they like in terms of just actions and what you say, and then all you have to do is just do it. Like whether you particularly agree with those actions or not, you just say what they want to hear, do what they want, they like. Whether that's something what you're saying is actually something you believe, and what you're doing is something that you actually care about.
Is there something we may do for you?
We do so enjoy speaking with you.
We will speak to the Empress on your behalf.
I made a fascinating discovery. An elven locket in the Empress's vault.
Oh dear. That is very interesting.
I'll get Her Majesty.
Inquisitor, I regret that we did not have time to speak earlier. No doubt you have questions about many things.
The locket I found. It was a gift from Briala, wasn't it?
She gave it to me for my coronation. I don't know why I kept it.
Oh wow,
It
she
was a
also looks
foolish
older.
thing to
She's got
do.
like the little wrinkle thingies.
What made the two of you part ways?
She wanted change, and she thought I should deliver it. My word is law, Inquisitor, but laws don't command people's hearts.
Yep.
Culture does not transform itself overnight. I failed her. I should have dared more. But the past, like so many things, is beyond my command.
Maybe you kept it because you still care for Briala.
Perhaps I do. But I cannot put her above all the people of my empire. Dispose of the locket however you like. It means nothing to me.
But yeah, actually, that's so more on your point, Ishgray. It's kind of interesting to see the kind of dichotomies, like when video games, when you're trying to achieve a goal, but video games and you have dialogue options and choices of action, and how you kind of tend to steer that what your goal, what you want to see, how that might steer your actions and your words into things that you may not particularly agree with or normally would choose to. How do you, if you didn't know that saying XYZ would get you to where you want? It's kind of interesting. Like, doing all of this, I'd have to look it up. I mean, I would want to get them to get together, but the whole like I have to be all formal and stuff is kind of playing the game. Yeah, and of course you can see a lot of D&D influences with
I found an elven locket
with
hidden
this.
among
Of course,
Celine's
BioWare's
things. This isn't yours, is it?
Let me see that.
BioWare did start with like Neverwinter Nights, which is a D&D
Gaspard had found
property,
this,
if
it
I
would have ruined
recall
her.
correctly.
It might have meant something to her.
Maybe it did. She held on to it.
I've
speak
never
more
played
later,
D&D
Ambassador.
myself, but I've
Another
always
time,
particularly enjoyed D&D games, like video games. I've never actually done like the campaign myself or anything.
It's been too
And
long
we sort of tried to at when I was in high school with some friends. I had like a friend who would make up stuff, but we didn't have like character sheets or anything. It was very poorly constructed and stuff, but it was fun. It killed an hour for lunch, at least before we started playing Magic the Gathering, which was a lot more funner, to be honest. So now where am I supposed to go? This way.
Interesting.
Actually, I should probably go talk to the Duke.
Waste of time.
Click. Oh, no, I can't go in here suddenly. And of course, if I recall correctly, doesn't Wizard of the Coast own D&D, and of course they also made Magic the Gathering, so I mean, you could sort of see like some.
Are you sure it's dead?
What? Is there something?
Oh, ha ha. Eat it.
Okay.
Hello? Is anyone there? Somebody? Anybody?
Stay back!
Scandalous. Nope. Although, couldn't he do the little poofy thing?
Oh, thank you.
I hope you're not disappointed I stole your dance partner.
No, not at all. No one's supposed to be here. Briala said... Oh, I shouldn't have trusted her.
What are you wearing? I just realized. Let me see.
Briala told you to come to this wing of the palace.
So she's wearing like a little
the
neck
ambassador
vest
can't be
thingy,
seen talking to the servants.
and then like
we get
so,
coded messages
like a
at certain
turtleneck,
locations, but the order came
and then
from
like a
her.
jacket over that.
She's been watching the Grand Duke all night.
Hmm.
No surprise she wanted someone to search his sister's room.
Is there anyone else who knows the code and the drop location who could have written those orders?
I don't know. Any of us could do it, but... No. No one else would send me here. It had to be Briala.
So this room belongs to Grand Duchess Florianne?
It used to. This had been her private room in Halam Shiral since she was a child. But this part of the palace was damaged, and the royal family moved to the guest wing.
What were you trying to find in Florianne's old room?
The message didn't say. I should have known it was a setup.
This wing is sealed. How did you get in here?
Easy. The door was unlocked. One of the others probably handled it.
All sorts of people tonight are taking advantage of this wing being closed.
Briala probably knew it was dangerous and sent me anyway. One more embarrassing secret erased. I knew her. Before. When she was Celine's pet. Now she wants to play Revolution, but I remember. She was sleeping with the Empress who purged our alienage.
Something like that could destroy Briala, if it were known.
No. Some know she has a history with the Empress. But they believe she was just a favored servant. If the Inquisition will protect me, I'll tell you everything I know about our ambassador.
Most Orlesians would say that's Celine's scandal, not Briala's.
Knew it. I did. And I bet the hates made it feel real good.
Go to the ballroom. Find Commander Cullen. He'll keep you safe.
Thank you. Make her protect
Actually,
you,
I don't quite
Inquisitor.
understand what the point of this is, too. It's like all this evidence, it sort of almost doesn't amount to anything. Because ultimately it's all like, oh, hey, what happened? And here's some shady evidence and stuff. But really, just take our word, because we just saved you from getting killed.
What's this then? Swapping all the gold leaf with diamonds, I bet.
I think it's the way out. See, I don't think I can open this door. Nope. No.
You painted Orlesian assholes! When I get out of this, I'll butcher you like the pigs you are!
Inquisitor, what a pleasure. I wasn't certain you'd attend. You're such a challenge to read. I had no idea if you'd taken my bait.
I fear I'm a bit busy at the moment if you were looking for a dance partner.
Yes, I see that. Such a pity you did not save one final dance for me. It was kind of you to walk into my trap so willingly. I was so tired of your meddling. Corypheus insisted that the Empress die tonight, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Why kill the Empress? What does Corypheus want to achieve?
Celine's death is a stepping stone on the path to a better world. Corypheus will enter the Black City and claim the godhood waiting for him.
Please explain
We
the
will cast
logical
down
point.
your useless maker and usher in a united world, guided by the hand of an attentive god.
Yes, but how? How does killing Celeste lead to
You're
that?
Orlesian royalty. Why would you help Corypheus attack your empire?
You think so small, Inquisitor. Why settle for an empire when Corypheus will remake the entire world? I admit, I will relish the look on Gaspar's face when he realizes I've outplayed him. He always was a sore loser.
What exactly is in this for you?
The world, of course. I'll deliver the entire south of Thedas, and Corypheus will save me. When he has ascended to godhood, I will rule all Thedas in his name.
You're a little delusional. Okay.
Not being kind, Florian. He's got to get used to disappointment.
But not today, I think. In their darkest dreams, no one imagines I would assassinate Celine myself. All I need is to keep you out of the ballroom long enough to strike. A pity you'll miss the rest of the ball, Inquisitor. They'll be talking of it for years. Kill him, and bring me his marked hand. It will make a fine gift for the Master.
Who's Hera's story? Who's Hero's story? No, who are you talking about, Ishgray? Oh, yeah.
And just his tits. What was all that? Were those demons?
Florine.
There aren't any more of those blasted demons coming, right?
Good eye. Those were definitely demons.
Maker bless me. Demons? How could there be demons in the fucking Winter Palace? I knew Gaspard was a bastard, but I didn't think he'd feed me to fucking horrors over a damn bill.
Duke Gaspard lured you out here.
Well, his sister. But it had to come from him, didn't it? And all that
Yeah,
garbage
she has weird
spewing doesn't mean
motivations, so
anything.
she's assuming
Gaspard
that
had to be the mastermind.
that if I help Corypheus become god, essentially he'll rule like the Fate and stuff, and I can rule Thedas. I can rule the world. I guess that's her angle.
You honestly believe you were captured, tied up, and thrown into a death trap because of a bill?
When you put it like that, it seems a bit odd. The Duke wanted to move on the palace tonight, but he didn't have enough fancy chevaliers. So he hired me and my men. He had to offer us triple our usual pay to come to Orlais. Stinking punsy cheesemongers.
Cheesemongers.
Want a new job? One that pays better? The Inquisition can always use a good mercenary company.
You hiring? I'm game. Anything's better than this bullshit. You want me to talk to the Empress, or the court, or sing a blasted song in a chantry? I'll do it.
Did I level up? Or my influence probably leveled up. That's the way out. Which way did I come in? It was probably that way. Oh well, I might have missed out on some loot or whatever. I'm not too worried about it.
Drive them out of there!
Well, I guess now it's time for the grand reveal. A lot of schematics in here. Oh, I ended up back here again. Oh no, wait, this is a different place. Nope. Why do I hear birds chirping? It's this way. All right, moment of truth.
Is it true?
Got a weird blood stain on my back.
Thank the Maker you're back. The Empress will begin her speech.
They wouldn't bother switching out.
What should we do?
Then deal with the Duchess. I don't want to fight her. I want to trap her and keep her alive.
Wait here, Cullen. I'm going to have a word with the Grand Duchess.
What? There's no time. The Empress will begin her speech any moment.
Oh, I put my clothes back on, so you don't get to see my manly
We owe the
nipples.
court one more show, Your Grace.
Inquisitor.
The eyes of every noble in the Empire are upon us, Your Grace. Remember to smile. This is your party. You wouldn't want them to think you had lost control.
Who would not be delighted to speak with you, Inquisitor?
I seem to recall you saying all I needed was to keep you out of the ballroom long enough to strike.
You should talk louder.
When your archers failed to kill me in the garden, I feared you wouldn't save me this last dance. It's so easy to lose your good graces. You even framed your brother for the murder of a council emissary. It was an ambitious plan. Celine, Gaspard, the entire Council of Heralds, all your enemies under one roof.
This is very entertaining, but you do not imagine anyone believes your wild stories?
That will be a matter for a judge to decide, cousin.
Gaspard? You cannot believe this. You know I would never...
Everyone took my word for it. I didn't even, like,
Gaspard?
here's a knife, and here's all my evidence.
You lost this fight ages ago, Your Grace. You're just the last to find out.
It's so much more fun to best people than to just outright
Your
kill them.
Imperial Majesty, I think we should speak in private. Elsewhere.
Your weird line.
Your sister attempted regicide in front of the entire court, Gaspard.
Regicide.
You're the spy master. If anyone knew this atrocity was coming, it was you.
You don't deny your involvement.
I do deny it. I knew nothing of Florian's plans. But you knew it all and did nothing.
I don't know which is better. That you think I'm all-seeing, or that you're trying so hard to play innocent and failing.
Enough! We will not bicker while Tevinter plots against our nation. For the safety of the Empire, I will have answers.
I wouldn't have caught Florian in time without Briala's help.
You were working together?
Of course.
Sure. He's making threats. We have his orders. He murdered an emissary. We met your mercenary captain.
Thanks to Briala, Gaspard's mercenary captain will testify that he hired men to infiltrate the palace.
Hired thugs? I didn't expect you to stoop so low,
I guess it
cousin.
doesn't matter which one I
Don't
pick.
be naive, Celine. The only difference between a mercenary and a common soldier is a uniform.
Yep.
Keep talking, Gaspard. Eventually, you'll convince somebody.
He threatened the council.
Here. I have the letter Gaspard penned to his general, ordering his men into position inside the palace.
Can you blame me? Considering what transpired, preparing to repel an attack was the course of wisdom.
And of course, he made death threats to the Council of Heralds. Briala found all of this out for your sake, Celine.
In light of overwhelming evidence, we have no choice but to declare you an enemy of the Empire. You are hereby sentenced to death.
I think Ambassador Briala deserves some reward for uncovering all this.
I can scarcely believe you did all this for me.
I'm probably gonna finish
Celine.
this quest line and probably go to bed. Or, well, I need to eat.
Thank you, Inquisitor, for all your efforts tonight. I owe you my life, and Orlais owes you its future.
I know I've
You
been
have
playing
done
this game
so
for 4
much
hours. I was
for
only
my people
expecting to
and
play 2.
For us.
We won't forget this.
What will the two of you do now?
That
There will be some
lesbianism.
Changes to the court.
Not just the court. Come, stand with us, Inquisitor. We must give the good news to the nobility.
The copy and paste nobility.
Lords and ladies of the court, this is a night for celebration. Those who sought to poison our empire with treason have been brought to justice. It is a new age for Orlais. We shall build a world in which all men and women live in harmony. Let the cornerstone of change be laid. I introduce the newest member of our court, Marquise Briala of the Dales.
This is not just a victory in Halam Shiral, or within the Empire, or even for elves alone. This is a triumph for everyone! Over 1,000 years ago in the Valerian fields, elves and humans together defeated the Imperium. We can do so much more now. We are greater than our ancestors ever dreamed. Together, we will start by saving our world from the enemy who took the divine and tore the sky apart.
It will take all of us to defeat the enemy threatening our world.
We are already tracking these Tevinter agents. Soon they'll have no place to hide.
But that is tomorrow. Tonight, we celebrate our newfound fellowship.
Yay!
Let the festivities commence!
I wonder if Dorian's gonna want to dance with me.
The Orlesian
Where the hell
nobility
have you
make
been?
drunken toasts to your victory, and yet you are not present to hear them. Do you tire so quickly of their congratulations, Inquisitor? 'Tis most fickle, after all your efforts on their behalf.
Something that kind of always bothered me about Morgan's speech is she's like the only one in the world of Thedas who talks the way she talks, with the tis and thuses and stuff, the weird t's and apostrophes, and yet her mother Flemeth doesn't talk like that. So where does she pick up these, with this vocabulary, this manner of speech?
I would have stayed, but the punch ran dry. Scandalous.
Indeed. Let us see if you take this piece of news as poorly. By imperial decree, I have been named liaison to the Inquisition. Celine wishes to offer you any and all aid, including mine. Congratulations.
I had no idea you were interested in joining the Inquisition.
I'm not.
The assignment has been given to me, regardless of my personal interest. Celine knows you face an opponent who wields great magical power, which is far more important than her own curiosity. You will require my knowledge if you are to defeat such magic. Regardless, Corypheus is a threat to Orlais and to myself. Thus, I am not opposed to the appointment.
What skills do you have that would benefit us?
I have knowledge which falls beyond the realm of most mages.
I have Flemeth's book.
I suspect this is also true of Corypheus, thus it behooves you to add to your arcane arsenal, yes? Mundane knowledge will not bring the rift in the sky to a close, after all.
When you say knowledge beyond the realm of most mages, do you mean blood magic?
I kind of
I
don't like
know
that
many
you can't be a blood
obscure,
mage.
forgotten, and forbidden arts. Some of it you might consider blood magic, yes? Should thought of that frighten you, allow me to offer
Girl's
reassurance.
one of, I guess,
Knowledge
finally able to
alone
watch
does
one of these
no
lives.
harm.
Oh, hey.
What I possess,
Somebody's
I
actually
place at
watching
your
these.
disposal
Oh, I kind of hate
to
at
make
this
use
point.
of
I'm probably
or
going to finish
ignore
this up and
as you desire.
as soon as I'm done with this. Don't I get to say this? I hope this is jokingly.
This is news to me. I don't get a say in who joins us.
I am not joining you. I am a liaison, advising on the throne's behalf and helping when called upon to do so. If you find that objectionable, you may indeed spurn your new ally's offer. Yet consider this. You battle a foe you scarce understand, with all Thedas hanging in the balance. You need all the help you can get, Inquisitor. I shall meet you.
That wasn't a joke.
Skyhill.
A joking way. Oh, I don't get Dorian.
Is everything all right? You look troubled.
I'm just worn out. Tonight has been very long.
It was a tumultuous evening, but Orlais is safe now. It was worth the struggle. Is there anything I can do? Can
I've
I
been
get
flirting
you
with
anything?
everybody,
Drink,
so.
perhaps?
Well, I've been playing through my playthroughs, flirting with everyone. If there's a flirt option, flirt. Sure.
Would you care to dance with me, Lady Josephine?
I already slept with,
was hoping you'd ask, my lord.
I already slept with Dorian, although it's like now I need to try to ride the bull. Yeah, despite what the title says, I for whatever reason I didn't get the prompt of sleeping with Iron Bull just yet.
The matter is urgent, Lady Josephine.
I am well aware of that, revered mother.
We will need them to return to Val Royeaux as soon as possible. There are ceremonies, ordinations. Maker's mercy.
No,
That's
I haven't
quite
even given
impossible
a
at the
thought.
moment.
Who do I
However,
want
I
to
will
be
see to this
divine?
matter as soon as possible.
My Lord Inquisitor. Please, may I have a word with you?
Just when you've solved one crisis, another springs up to take its place.
I am sorry to place this burden on your shoulders, but you are the only one who can help. With the political turmoil put to rest, our minds turn to a single question. The next divine. We cannot answer it without the left and right hands of Divine Justinia V.
I have already told you, revered mother. Lady Leliana and Seeker Cassandra cannot be spared from their duties.
But surely with the support of the Empire, the Inquisition will not be harmed by the loss of just 2 souls.
Yep, it's my choice again. Although I can't choose myself. What if we had a man, Kunari, with manly nipples as the next divine? Well, even if I was a female, anything, it's like, wow, what about me? Ooh, so everyone looks up to you, and you have that magic thing, and people say you're sent from a Joster, but ooh, let's not go there. That'd be too much.
Liliana and Cassandra?
Even if you were like a female.
They were Her Holiness's most trusted advisors.
And of course,
They
there's
represent
secret
her
option
legacy,
number 3,
her
which
hope
is
for peace in Thedas.
Viviana.
They
So
could rally
I'm not
the
sure
Grand
who I
Clerics
want.
to follow, as no candidate from the clergy has been able to.
Liliana and Cassandra are candidates to become the Divine. How is that possible?
Not yet. But they could be. We need them to be.
Yep.
There is precedent. Other times when clerics remained deadlocked, a successor was chosen from outside the clergy. Lady Liliana and Seeker Cassandra were Justinia's most trusted friends and advisors. Our late divine is still held in high esteem. To honor her, the Grand Clerics might support one of them as successor.
How long does the Chantry need them?
Several months, at least. If one of them is crowned divine, she would not be returning to the Inquisition.
These aren't just any two people. They're key members of the Inquisition.
For the sake of Thedas, we must ask you to make this sacrifice.
This will have to be settled later. The Inquisitor has only just returned and has important business to attend to. You must excuse us, revered mother. Don't let them detract from your victory at Halam-Shiral. Now that the political situation has stabilized, we can devote more Inquisition resources to pursuing Corypheus. I would talk to Hawke. Soon.
I already did. And he ran away.
Your worship.
Hey, I leveled up. Oh, let's see. One more time. Let's see if we can ride the bull.
You know I've got no problem with Orlesians, but Halam-Shiral was a mess. At least under the Qun, you don't get everyone tripping on each other's dicks while the country goes to crap.
You've got away with words, Bull.
I do what I can.
Maybe we can find some other uses for that mouth of yours.
Yeah. When is the next meal, anyway? Orlesian food always leaves me hungry. How you doing?
Nope. Still can't.
See you later, Bull.
Still can't ride
Nice
the bull.
talking with you, boss.
Alright, well, I am going to call it a night. Thank you everyone for joining me. Ishgray, there was Ling Han, and Charles. Yeah, 4 hours of this game. It's like, wow. Well, for all my complaining, I do kind of enjoy playing through it. I don't enjoy some of the grindier parts, but it is what it is. Well, thank you everyone for joining me. Have a good night.